Υπουργοί, αγαπητοί προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, είμαι η Μαρία Νεφέλη Σαράφογλου και έχω τη χαρά σήμερα να σας καλωσορίσω στο Ελληνογαλλικό Οικονομικό Φόρουμ που διοργανώνεται από το Σύνδεσμο Επιχειρήσεων
qui est organisé par la Confédération des entreprises grecques et la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie franco-grecque. Cette manifestation aujourd'hui ici au Centre culturel Stavros Niarchos se tient à l'occasion de la visite officielle du président de la République française Emmanuel Macron en Grèce et avec d'éminents intervenants des deux pays, parmi lesquels des ministres des gouvernements de la France et de la Grèce, des représentants importants du milieu des affaires ainsi que des dirigeants des deux pays, le Premier ministre de la Grèce, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, ainsi que le président de la République française, M. Emmanuel Macron. Le forum économique vise à montrer la puissance de la coopération économique entre la France et la Grèce et à contribuer au renforcement des relations économiques bilatérales par le biais de l'élargissement du commerce, des investissements et du transfert de savoir-faire. Au cœur des discussions qui auront lieu aujourd'hui, se trouvent les opportunités, les défis au niveau bilatéral et européen pour la création d'une Europe plus puissante et plus compétitive. Et d'ailleurs, comme l'a dit hier le président français, l'heure est venue pour l'Europe. Et sa narration, son discours était très intéressant, avec bien sûr l'accent étant mis sur plusieurs domaines comme les transports, la sécurité et la défense. Nous aurons l'occasion de suivre des interventions très intéressantes de la part de tous les participants. Et bien sûr, nous aurons les discours des ministres avec aussi un accord à la clé, un accord qui sera signé entre la France et la Grèce. Je ne voudrais pas abuser de votre temps. J'invite M. Theodoropoulos, le président de la CEV, de la Confédération des entreprises grecques, pour une brève allocution et pour l'ouverture de cet événement d'aujourd'hui. Vous avez la parole, M. Theodoropoulos. Messieurs le président de la République française et de la République grecque, messieurs les représentants des entreprises françaises et grecques, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un grand honneur et une joie particulière de vous accueillir aujourd'hui au Forum économique qui est co-organisé par la CEV, la Confédération des entreprises grecques, et la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie France-Grèce. Les relations entre la France et la Grèce sont des relations de confiance ancrées dans des racines historiques, politiques et économiques profondes, des relations qui ont un présent solide et des perspectives d'avenir encore plus prometteuse. Ce forum vient donner un nouvel élan à une coopération économique déjà substantielle. Il vise à mettre en exergue la force du partenariat existant entre les deux pays et à ouvrir la voie à davantage d'investissements, de commerce, de coopération technologique et de transfert de savoir-faire. Cette coopération repose déjà sur des bases solides. Les entreprises françaises ont une présence longue et importante en Grèce, tandis que les liens entre les communautés d'affaires des deux pays sont aujourd'hui plus étroits que jamais. La CEV et son homologue français, le MEDEF, le plus puissant réseau patronal de France, collaborent depuis des décennies, tant dans le cadre de Business Europe que par le biais de l'initiative commune du Conseil d'affaires franco-grec, tandis que sa mission d'affaires de l'année dernière à Athènes a marqué une nouvelle étape dans la création de nouveaux ponts de coopération. Nous avons ainsi créé un cadre stable de dialogue stratégique et d'initiatives communes qui ne cesse de se renforcer. Cet événement d'aujourd'hui marque un nouveau renforcement des relations économiques franco-grecques. Grâce à une vision commune et à la mise à profit de nos atouts complémentaires, nous pouvons construire un avenir dynamique au bénéfice de nos entreprises et de nos citoyens. Aujourd'hui, nous avons l'occasion de donner à cette relation un contenu économique et industriel encore plus important dans la défense et l'industrie de défense, dans l'innovation et l'indépendance technologique, dans l'énergie, les transports et les interconnexions. En d'autres termes, dans les domaines qui détermineront non seulement notre coopération bilatérale, mais aussi la place de l'Europe au cours de la prochaine décennie. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Europe se trouve aujourd'hui à un tournant décisif et dans une conjoncture extrêmement exigeante, dans un contexte d'incertitude géopolitique croissante avec l'escalade dans la région du Moyen-Orient et les développements dans le Golfe Persique qui affectent directement la sécurité énergétique, le transport maritime et le coût des marchandises et des biens. Dans le même temps, la concurrence internationale s'intensifie avec les États-Unis et la Chine qui investissent systématiquement dans le renforcement de leur puissance industrielle et technologique. Dans ce contexte, l'Europe est appelée à redéfinir sa position et à répondre à une question fondamentale. Comment garantir sa résilience économique, sa sécurité énergétique et, en fin de compte, sa puissance géopolitique, tout en protégeant son modèle social. Pour y parvenir, elle doit se renforcer sur le plan géopolitique. Et pour se renforcer sur ce plan-là, elle doit d'abord devenir plus forte sur le plan économique et sur le plan de la production. La vérité est qu'aujourd'hui, l'Europe n'est pas aussi forte qu'elle pourrait l'être. Et cela est dû en grande partie à ses propres erreurs, à la lourde bureaucratie, à la surréglementation, à une approche unilatérale de la décarbonisation dans le cadre du pacte vert qui, dans de nombreux cas, a nui à la base industrielle de l'Europe et continue de conduire à une désindustrialisation partielle et bien sûr au coût énergétique élevé qui sape la compétitivité des entreprises européennes. L'Europe a besoin d'un changement de cap. Elle a besoin de moins de charges administratives, d'un environnement entrepreneurial plus souple, de coûts énergétiques plus bas, d'une politique industrielle plus forte, de plus d'investissements et d'une plus grande attention portée à la productivité et à la compétitivité. Heureusement, la crise de ces dernières années, mais aussi les politiques des États-Unis, ont servi de puissants signaux d'alarme. L'Europe commence désormais à réfléchir de manière plus réaliste, plus stratégique et plus productive. Elle commence à comprendre qu'il ne peut y avoir d'Europe forte sans une production européenne forte, sans une maîtrise technologique, sans des entreprises compétitives. Ce changement de mentalité, ce changement de réflexion est indispensable et la Grèce et la France y contribuent de manière significative. Elles y contribuent en tant que partenaires qui croient en une Europe plus forte, plus compétitive et plus autonome sur le plan stratégique et en tant que pays qui comprennent que la souveraineté européenne n'est pas qu'un simple slogan, mais le résultat d'objectifs stratégiques communs, de politiques réalistes et d'efforts coordonnés. La relation entre la Grèce et la France repose sur la confiance, la solidarité et sur la vision commune de l'avenir, de notre perspective commune. Et c'est sur cette relation que nous pouvons construire encore davantage. C'est pourquoi je voudrais, pour conclure, saluer la France et personnellement le président Macron qui mène avec détermination et cohérence cet effort en faveur d'une Europe qui change, qui se réveille et qui revendique à nouveau la place qu'elle mérite et qui lui revient sur la scène internationale. Et c'est là le défi et le pari que nous devons relever. Et dans ce défi et ce pari que nous devons relever, la Grèce et la France peuvent avancer ensemble. Je vous remercie. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais maintenant inviter Speranza, président de la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie France-Grèce, pour son discours officiel. Merci.
Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents, Mesdames et Messieurs les amis. C'est un honneur et un grand plaisir de vous accueillir aujourd'hui pour ce forum économique dans un lieu qui incarne à la fois l'ouverture, la modernité et l'ambition européenne. Ce forum s'inscrit dans un moment particulier et fort, la visite du président de la République Emmanuel Macron et un dialogue stratégique renforcé avec le Premier ministre grec Kyriakos Mitsotakis. La relation franco-grecque repose sur des fondations historiques solides, une convergence de valeurs et une coopération croissante dans des secteurs clés comme l'énergie, les infrastructures, la défense, le tourisme ou encore les technologies et l'innovation. Aujourd'hui, près de 300 entreprises françaises opèrent en Grèce et la France figure parmi les partenaires économiques majeurs du pays. Pourtant, et c'est une bonne nouvelle, Le potentiel est encore largement devant nous. La Grèce n'est plus un marché de rattrapage. C'est une économie en forte croissance, un environnement réformé et plus prévisible, un hub régional vers l'Europe du Sud-Est, la Méditerranée et le Moyen-Orient. Autrement dit, un terrain d'opportunités. Ce forum n'est donc pas une célébration du passé, mais un accélérateur de projets futurs. Le thème de notre rencontre, Ensemble pour une Europe plus forte et plus compétitive, n'est pas un slogan. C'est une réalité stratégique. Personne n'aura échappé aux tensions géopolitiques durables, à la compétition internationale accrue, aux enjeux de souveraineté industrielle, technologique et énergétique, et à la transformation rapide de nos modèles économiques. Dans ce contexte, la compétitivité européenne ne se décrète pas. Elle se construit très concrètement par des partenariats industriels, des investissements croisés, des transferts technologiques, une coopération étroite entre États, entreprises et le besoin du soutien de l'Europe à ses acteurs économiques. Le programme de la journée est ainsi volontairement structuré autour de 3 piliers clés: les technologies et l'innovation, les industries de défense et la transition énergétique. Ces thématiques ne sont pas pour autant juxtaposées, elles sont interconnectées et dessinent une même ambition: renforcer notre autonomie stratégique européenne. La visite du président Emmanuel Macron, accompagnée d'une délégation d'une quarantaine de personnes, dont près de la moitié de dirigeants de grandes entreprises françaises, ainsi que la présence d'une délégation de Business France, composée de 23 entreprises venues explorer de nouvelles opportunités en Grèce, illustrent parfaitement cette dynamique. Elle montre que nos relations ne sont pas seulement institutionnelles, mais profondément économiques, tangibles et tournées vers l'avenir. Dans cette salle, vous êtes près de 300 décideurs économiques issus de nos 2 pays, dirigeants d'entreprises de grands groupes, ETI, PME, investisseurs, institutions. Votre présence envoie un signal clair. L'Europe avance quand ses entreprises avancent ensemble. Les échanges qui suivront, notamment avec les ministres de l'économie et des finances, M. Roland Lescure et Kyriakos Mitsotakis, permettront d'approfondir les perspectives de coopération, d'investissement et de développement commun. Le rôle de la Team France et donc de la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie, forte de ses 140 années d'existence en Grèce, est précisément celui-ci: créer des ponts, réduire les frictions et surtout accélérer la prise de décision pour transformer les visions politiques en réalisations économiques concrètes. C'est notre mission et c'est notre engagement. Je formulerai une conviction simple pour conclure: la relation franco-grecque n'est plus une relation de coopération opportuniste, c'est une relation stratégique, à condition bien sûr que nous sachions passer de l'intention aux actions, des discours aux projets, des rencontres aux investissements. Ce forum est une étape clé dans cette trajectoire. Je remercie très sincèrement nos sponsors, le CEV, ainsi que toutes les équipes de la Chambre pour cette co-organisation exemplaire, les autorités françaises et grecques pour leur soutien et bien sûr l'ensemble des entreprises présentes aujourd'hui. Je vous souhaite des échanges riches, concrets et porteurs d'avenir, que le succès de ce forum ne se mesure non pas à la qualité des échanges, mais au nombre de projets qu'il déclenchera dans les mois à venir. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, pour votre intervention claire et très intéressante. La relation entre la Grèce et la France est profonde. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω και τους δύο για τη συμμετοχή σας στο φόρουμ. Κοντά μας σήμερα είναι οι Υπουργοί Οικονομικών Ελλάδας και Γαλλίας που μας τιμούν με την παρουσία τους. Και θα παρακαλέσω πολύ τον Έλληνα Υπουργό Οικονομίας και Οικονομικών και Πρόεδρο του Eurogroup, Kyriakos Mitsotakis.
Je prierai M. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, ministre de l'économie et des finances de la Grèce et président de l'Eurogroupe, de venir ici. Bonjour à tous.
Nous sommes ravis de vous accueillir ici avec toute la délégation française et particulièrement le président M. Emmanuel Macron. Κυρίες και κύριοι, φίλες και φίλοι,
Mesdames et messieurs, chers amis, c'est une joie particulière et un honneur pour moi d'être ici avec vous dans le cadre d'une manifestation qui ne montre pas seulement la dynamique de la coopération économique entre la France et la Grèce, mais elle montre la profondeur d'une relation qui ne se limite pas à la conjoncture, mais qui dure et qui façonne l'avenir, évidemment. Je souhaiterais féliciter la CCIFG et la Chambre de commerce France-Grèce pour cette initiative d'aujourd'hui, car cette rencontre ne concerne pas seulement l'économie, elle concerne une institution qui a été mise à l'épreuve tout au cours de l'histoire et qui aujourd'hui se traduit en stratégie, une stratégie qui revêt une profondeur et une perspective. Les relations entre la France et la Grèce sont des relations qui sont nées dans le temps, l'Antiquité, la Renaissance, la philosophie, une relation qui a été renforcée lors des combats, des guerres, lors du rétablissement de la démocratie et des institutions qui aujourd'hui prennent la forme d'une coopération très mature. La France a été pour la Grèce un allié toujours très précieux et la France demeure bien sûr un partenaire précieux et un compagnon de route. Aujourd'hui, l'économie est plus puissante pour ces relations. C'est le champ sur lequel la relation de confiance politique se transforme en action, où l'empreinte est visible, où notre vision européenne devient production, développement, croissance et perspective pour nos citoyens. Si l'on regarde les grands moments de notre coopération, nous allons pouvoir distinguer un élément commun, le savoir-faire, le capital humain et la confiance sur des décennies, depuis le pont de Rio a Dirio, le métro, les investissements dans l'énergie, le programme des frégates Bellara. La coopération entre la France et la Grèce a montré qu'elle pouvait produire des projets durables avec des avantages comparatifs. Et cela est particulièrement important parce que derrière tout projet, il n'y a pas seulement un plan entrepreneurial, il y a une conviction commune que la France et la Grèce peuvent ensemble créer une valeur qui dépasse les frontières des deux pays. Aujourd'hui, nous ne sommes pas ici nous sommes à un point de transition aujourd'hui où notre collaboration doit répondre à des questions plus grandes. Comment allons-nous financer la croissance en Europe? Comment allons-nous créer des entreprises à grande échelle? Comment allons-nous garantir que l'Europe demeurera compétitive dans un monde qui change de manière radicale? Et permettez-moi à ce stade de parler de l'expérience grecque, parce qu'en Grèce, nous savons mieux que quiconque, nous savons ce que veut dire de perdre sa crédibilité budgétaire. Nous le savons bien, ça. Et nous savons aussi quel est le prix lourd à payer pour pouvoir conquérir de nouveau cette situation. Nous avons une dette publique qui a été très lourde après la pandémie et aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 136 du PIB pour 2026 et nous enregistrons la plus grande désescalade de la dette en Europe et je dirais dans le monde entier avec un excédent primaire de 4,9% du PIB qui nous a permis de soutenir la société et en prouvant ce que cela signifiait de pouvoir réaliser ce progrès économique. Nous avons restitué 800 millions d'euros à nos citoyens en un mois avec des mesures qui reflètent la politique que nous voulons avoir et le chômage aussi qui était de 27,5% en 2023, donc à son niveau le plus haut et aujourd'hui il est de 8%. La perspective et que ce chiffre baissera. Pour nous, ce n'est pas seulement de la théorie, c'est de l'expérience et c'est le résultat de choix difficiles, de réformes durables et insistantes et le résultat d'une société qui a vraiment réussi à se tenir debout. Et pendant les années de la transition, nous avons appris quelque chose de très utile, à savoir que la crédibilité n'est pas une condition, n'est pas un objectif, c'est une condition. Il faut faire ce que le moment exige. Et cette capacité, nous l'avons. L'équilibre budgétaire crée l'espace nécessaire, mais la politique, c'est la politique qui lui donne de la teneur, avec des interventions qui soutiennent les citoyens, avec des réformes qui soutiennent la croissance. Voilà la leçon grecque. Et pour nous, cette leçon doit devenir une leçon européenne parce qu'aujourd'hui, l'Europe est devant des décisions qui détermineront les prochaines décennies. Nous avons besoin, bien sûr, d'investir dans la défense, investir de manière très importante dans la transition numérique, énergétique également, mais nous continuons d'agir de manière fragmentée parce que nous avons beaucoup de stratégies. Et cela, c'est une faiblesse et c'est ce que nous sommes appelés à renverser, à corriger. Nous avons besoin de plus d'action. Mesdames et messieurs, la collaboration entre nos pays est la preuve que cela peut être possible. Le partenariat entre la France et la Grèce de 2021 et l'antidette. Les frégates Bellara, ce ne sont pas seulement des navires très ultramodernes et des navires importants pour la stratégie. C'est un argument fort. Plus de 70 entreprises grecques participent à la chaîne d'approvisionnement du groupe naval avec un transfert de savoir-faire très important et avec des rendements très importants pour l'économie grecque. La frégate Themistoclès, les avantages sont de 25% et cela renforce les entreprises de défense grecques et cela bien sûr s'étend à l'énergie avec des entreprises comme EDF, IACO, Total Energy, la mobilité, Alstom, Vinci, le financement de l'innovation avec Euronext, avec la Grèce qui est mise en avant comme plateforme énergétique de l'Europe du Sud-Est et la France qui transmet son savoir-faire des capitaux et son expérience. Nous concevons ensemble l'IMEC, un corridor européen qui est très important. J'ai parlé d'Euronext tout à l'heure. Et tout à l'heure, avec Laurent Lescure, nous avons inauguré le centre technologique à Athènes. Et nous arrivons à un point crucial, l'intégration du marché des capitaux grec dans le système Euronext. Et c'était un choix stratégique pour nous qui change les règles du jeu parce que cela confère aux entreprises grecques un accès aux capitaux étrangers, créant un marché des capitaux plus grand et qui permet aux entreprises d'acquérir une échelle et de répondre aux nouveaux modèles que nous voulons, que nous souhaitons avoir, avec des entreprises plus grandes, avec des champions européens, des entreprises plus tournées vers l'extérieur, avec des fusions, des collaborations, des partenariats et une réelle compétitivité. Et cela ne concerne pas seulement les investissements qui viendront en Grèce, cela concerne également la capacité des entreprises grecques de s'étendre à l'étranger, d'évoluer, d'asseoir leur présence et de devenir des acteurs européens et pourquoi pas des champions. Et c'est, si vous voulez, la vision de l'union des épargnes et des investissements. Il faut créer des entreprises, des opportunités au niveau européen. Il faut lever les obstacles qui laissent les marchés fragmentés. Et il faut créer les conditions nécessaires pour que les entreprises puissent être financées plus facilement. C'est l'outil qui permet de transformer la liquidité et d'être positif pour l'économie. Et tout cela doit être fait de manière très rapide et de manière décisive. Le temps est compté. Le compte à rebours est lancé et tout retard va creuser l'écart et tout retard va être coûteux et va enlever des chances. Mesdames et messieurs, la Grèce aujourd'hui se transforme à plusieurs niveaux et cette transformation n'est pas seulement économique, c'est une transformation institutionnelle, politique et culturelle. Et aujourd'hui, force est de souligner Cornelios Castoriadis qui un penseur très important parce que Castoriadis nous a dit que les sociétés progressent quand elles ont la ont la possibilité de se redéfinir, quand elles ne sont pas isolées, quand elles osent devenir ce qu'elles peuvent être. Et c'est le pari que la Grèce doit relever aujourd'hui, mais je dirais que c'est aussi le pari que doit relever l'Europe. Et cela ne nécessite pas forcément une excellence, mais il faut avoir la capacité de regrouper des ressources, la capacité de voir que l'on peut s'aligner et la capacité de voir que l'on peut décliner les priorités. Le pari, c'est de pouvoir avancer ensemble, collaboration, échelle, stratégie. J'aimerais dire maintenant que la Grèce n'est pas ici pour participer, elle est ici pour jouer un rôle de premier plan, parce que c'est un pays qui se transforme, qui inspire la confiance et qui invite tous ceux qui veulent investir, créer des entreprises et le faire avec nous. Le prochain chapitre de nos relations sera écrit avec des projets communs, des collaborations, des coopérations, mais avec une économie aussi qui fournit des valeurs et qui résiste dans le temps, une économie qui a un poids dans un monde qui change et avec des sociétés qui n'ont pas peur de l'avenir. Nous aurons la force de prendre des décisions parce que pour l'Europe d'aujourd'hui et pour la Grèce d'aujourd'hui et pour l'Europe de demain. Je vous remercie.
Πολύ τον Υπουργό Οικονομίας Οικονομικών και Πρόεδρο του Eurogroup, τον κύριο Kyriakaki, για την πολύ εμπνευσμένη, θα έλεγα, τοποθέτησή του, πάντα με τις ομιλίες του έτσι μας εμπνέει, και τις πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες επισημάνσεις του, γιατί είναι αλήθεια ότι η χώρα μας έχει κάνει πάρα πολλά βήματα και έχει αναβαθμίσει τον ρόλο της και σε ευρωπαϊκό και σε διεθνές επίπεδο. Maintenant, j'ai le plaisir d'inviter M. Roland Lescure, ministre de l'économie, des finances et de la souveraineté industrielle, énergétique et numérique de la France. Bienvenue, Monsieur le ministre Lescure.
Efkaristo, madame, votre français est bien meilleur que mon grec. Mes chers amis, Monsieur le Président de la Fédération hellénique des entreprises, Monsieur le Président du CEB, Monsieur le Président de la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie France-Grèce, Monsieur le Ministre, cher Kyriakos, lui aussi, son français est bien meilleur que mon grec, vous avez vu, il n'a pas les auditeurs. Je voudrais commencer par une anecdote. Il y a presque 14 ans, en juin 2012, j'étais dans une autre vie. J'étais chef des placements, Chief Investment Officer d'un grand fonds de pension canadien. Et mon patron, à l'époque, était très inquiet de ce qui se passait en Europe. Il m'a dit, je souhaite sortir les investissements que nous avons en Europe. Pas seulement arrêter d'investir en Europe, mais sortir les investissements que nous avons en Europe, et notamment dans la zone euro. C'était au printemps 2012. La crise des dettes souveraines ne faisait que commencer. J'ai essayé de le calmer. Je lui ai dit, écoute, laisse-moi aller en Europe, rencontrer un certain nombre de gens, et on prendra une décision en rentrant. Et j'ai participé, c'était début juin 2012, à un forum d'investisseurs internationaux où les fonds de pension du monde entier étaient venus pour comprendre ce qui se passait en Europe à l'époque et peut-être essayer de se rassurer. Ils avaient organisé un petit déjeuner avec un jeune conseiller du président Hollande qui venait d'être élu. Le président Hollande avait été élu le dimanche, on était le jeudi. Et on a tous entendu un jeune conseiller du président Hollande parler dans un anglais parfait et essayer de nous convaincre, mais en l'occurrence, en ce qui me concerne, avec succès, que la zone euro n'allait pas mourir, que la zone euro n'allait pas éclater, qu'on allait faire tout, et ça a pris du temps, tu l'as dit, cher Kyriakos, pour stabiliser le navire et le relancer, mais qu'il ne fallait pas laisser tomber l'Europe. Vous l'avez sans doute compris, à l'époque, ce jeune conseiller, c'était Emmanuel Macron. Et d'être de retour avec lui, on peut l'applaudir, je pense, on peut l'applaudir. Et d'être de retour avec lui aujourd'hui, ministre de l'économie et des finances. J'ai encore du mal à le réaliser, alors qu'à l'époque, j'étais juste un investisseur international. Être ici, en Grèce, presque 15 ans plus tard. Être ici, en Grèce, alors qu'avec des efforts absolument exceptionnels, qui ont eu un coût important pour l'économie grecque et pour vos concitoyens, vous avez réussi ensemble, et grâce au leadership d'un certain nombre d'élus, dont Kyriakos ici présent, à remettre la Grèce sur les rails, que nous avons réussi ensemble à remettre la zone euro et l'Europe sur les rails, c'est à la fois une fierté exceptionnelle, mais aussi un call to action, un appel à l'action, de manière à ce qu'on puisse continuer à faire en sorte que l'Europe, l'Union européenne, la zone euro, la France et la Grèce puissent être ensemble au cœur des défis auxquels l'économie mondiale fait face. J'ai décidé de me lancer en politique en 2016, après le Brexit et la première élection d'un président américain que je ne citerai pas nommément, mais qu'on a tous reconnu. Et quand je vois le parcours de la Grèce depuis 2016, et quand je vois le parcours du Royaume-Uni, que je regrette profondément depuis 2016, je sais, je vous le dis et je vous le redis, que choisir l'Europe, c'est parfois choisir la difficulté, mais c'est aussi choisir une capacité collective à construire un avenir prospère, un avenir riche, un avenir juste, mais aussi un avenir fondé sur nos valeurs, et pour ça, je pense qu'on peut en être très fiers. Tout au long du chemin difficile que vous avez traversé, la France a été aux côtés de la Grèce. Et on est ici aujourd'hui pour vous dire que oui, on est très heureux que la Grèce soit de retour sur les rails, mais vous dire aussi que la France est aux côtés de la Grèce et qu'ensemble, nous souhaitons construire l'avenir de l'Europe, l'avenir de la Grèce et l'avenir de la France ensemble. Et je voudrais dire quelques mots d'un homme exceptionnel que j'ai rencontré il y a quelques mois, c'est Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Il est évidemment le ministre des Finances de la République hellénique. Il est un homme à un parcours, je pense, intéressant. Il a commencé à gauche, il est désormais au centre, dans un gouvernement qui cherche à gouverner de manière aussi large que possible un pays dans lequel les fractures existent, comme dans le nôtre, elles existent encore et toujours. Il a été ministre de l'Innovation et du Numérique. Il a pu montrer, notamment dans une crise importante, celle du Covid, que l'innovation et le numérique, c'était aussi une manière de gérer des crises. Il est désormais, évidemment, le ministre de l'Économie et des Finances en Grèce. Mais il est aussi, pour moi et surtout, le président de l'Eurogroupe. Et que la Grèce, aujourd'hui, avec certes un homme qui le mérite personnellement, mais un pays, soit aujourd'hui à la présidence de l'Eurogroupe, c'est un très bel hommage aux 15 ans que vous venez de traverser et singulièrement aux quelques années que vous venez de traverser pour, je le répète, remettre la Grèce sur les rails, mais aussi faire en sorte que vous soyez un exemple pour nous tous, y compris parfois, je peux le dire, pour nous. Bravo. La Grèce a parcouru. Les entreprises françaises l'ont bien compris. Aujourd'hui, ce seront 250 entreprises françaises et grecques qui sont présentes pour faire avancer de manière concrète tout ce que je viens de vous raconter. Je voudrais en profiter, parce que j'imagine qu'ils ont contribué financièrement au résultat de cette journée, à saluer les sponsors qui sont sur cet écran. Je regardais ça tout à l'heure en arrivant. Ce sont des entreprises de tous les secteurs qui contribuent de manière très concrète à cette amitié, qui contribuent de manière très concrète à la construction d'un avenir commun. En 2025, nos échanges bilatéraux ont atteint près de 9 milliards d'euros, un niveau inédit. La France dégage avec la Grèce un excédent sur les biens. C'est notre 6e excédent commercial au niveau mondial. La Grèce, en retour, dégage un excédent sur les services, notamment grâce au maritime et au tourisme. Notre relation, elle est dense, elle est équilibrée, elle est complémentaire, et je me réjouis de la reprise des investissements directs français en Grèce après la parentaire de la crise. Et tu l'as dit, cher Kyriakos, nous étions ce matin avec nos amis de Euronext, avec Stéphane Boujna, avec ses collaborateurs ici grecs pour célébrer le rapprochement de la bourse grecque avec ce bel ensemble européen que constitue Euronext. Tout ceci ne doit en aucun cas, évidemment, nous conduire à l'autosatisfaction. Tout ceci doit être juste une incitation à faire plus, à faire mieux, à faire davantage. Nous sommes aujourd'hui le 5e fournisseur de la Grèce et je voudrais saluer, ça a été dit tout à l'heure, Business France qui a réuni une délégation d'environ 25 entreprises françaises aujourd'hui qui cherchent à mieux connaître le marché grec et y renforcer notre présence. Mesdames et messieurs, nous faisons face à un contexte de guerre qui met directement nos économies sous pression. Et cette pression, elle a des effets concrets sur tous les secteurs représentés ici. L'énergie, la défense, les chaînes d'approvisionnement, les infrastructures. Et c'est précisément pour répondre à ces défis que la France et la Grèce, deux pays profondément engagés dans le projet européen, doivent continuer à unir leurs forces. D'abord dans l'énergie. L'énergie aujourd'hui, c'est le nerf de la guerre, j'allais dire littéralement, elle est au cœur du conflit du Proche-Orient. Mais elle est aussi le nerf de la guerre industrielle. Si nous souhaitons que l'Europe reste, devienne, accélère sa capacité à être une puissance industrielle, nous avons besoin, le Premier ministre grec l'a dit hier, d'une énergie en volume, forte, décarbonée et pas chère. Et puis, l'énergie, c'est aussi le nerf de la guerre contre le climat. Monsieur le Président, vous l'avez dit, l'Europe, parfois, a vécu la transition énergétique, la transition climatique un peu trop comme une contrainte. Nous devons en faire une opportunité. Nous devons faire en sorte que dans les industries d'aujourd'hui et de demain, nous soyons capables, oui, de décarboner la planète, mais en faisant un projet industriel, un projet de prospérité et un projet d'emploi que nous retrouvons tous. La Grèce peut à ce titre devenir un hub stratégique pour l'Europe du Sud, grâce à son potentiel en solaire évidemment, mais aussi en éolien offshore. Une Europe souveraine, c'est une Europe qui dépend moins des autres pour faire fonctionner ses usines, ses trains et ses voitures. Et c'est le sens de la déclaration d'intention sur la coopération nucléaire que nous signerons tout à l'heure, ainsi que l'accord dans l'éolien que des entreprises vont signer d'ici peu. C'est aussi le sens de l'engagement concret de plusieurs entreprises présentes que je tiens à saluer, EDF Power Solutions, Nexans, Alcatel Submarine Network, Acro, Voltalis, CMA-CGM et tant d'autres. Deuxième enjeu de notre relation, deuxième enjeu du monde dans lequel nous vivons, évidemment, c'est celui de la défense. L'Europe dépense enfin. La Grèce, pour plein de raisons historiques, a été longtemps en tête des pays européens investisseurs en défense. Vous savez, la France s'est embarquée dans une stratégie d'investissement fort depuis 2017. Entre 2017 et 2027, nous aurons doublé les dépenses militaires en France, et c'est pour des raisons que vous connaissez tous, sur laquelle le président de la République s'était exprimé en 2017 et sur lesquelles, progressivement, l'Europe nous a rejoints. Évidemment, le renouvellement du partenariat stratégique de défense en est la traduction directe. Depuis 2021, ce partenariat a produit des résultats substantiels. Mais aujourd'hui, ce partenariat, il va au-delà de la défense. La défense, oui, l'innovation, l'industrie, l'énergie et les valeurs sur lesquelles nous nous retrouvons. Parce que la souveraineté, ce n'est pas qu'une histoire de défense. Ça doit être aussi une histoire d'investissement industriel. Ça doit être aussi, tu l'incarnes parfaitement, cher Kyriakos, une capacité collective à investir dans l'innovation d'aujourd'hui et de demain. L'autre nerf de la guerre, évidemment, les deux ministres de Finances sont là pour en parler, c'est l'argent. C'est notre capacité ensemble à financer les projets industriels que vous portez. Encore trop souvent, tu l'as dit, cher Kyriakos, les milliers de milliards d'euros épargnés par nos concitoyens vont financer les industries ailleurs et évidemment, en premier lieu, du côté de l'Atlantique. Nous devons garder notre argent chez nous, non pas pour le thésauriser, mais pour l'investir. C'est un défi majeur et le travail que nous faisons ensemble sur l'union de l'épargne et l'investissement, il est évidemment essentiel. Ces travaux, tu l'as dit, nous souhaitons passer des mots aux actes. Ça fait trop longtemps que j'entends des ministres des Finances européens dire « Nous devons faire l'union d'épargne et de l'investissement ». Je m'y engage devant vous, mesdames et messieurs, nous allons faire l'union de l'épargne et de l'investissement. Nous allons faire des progrès concrets et importants dès cette année, grâce au président de l'Eurogroupe, grâce à la France, grâce à l'Allemagne, grâce à l'ensemble des États membres et grâce à la Commission européenne, à qui on doit mettre un peu de pression, mais qui, je pense, l'a compris, nous allons avancer. Les rapports Letta et Draghi ont contribué à objectiver le besoin. Next Generation EU a montré qu'on pouvait avancer de manière concrète pour financer des projets communs. Avec la Grèce, nous défendons cette approche. Une Europe plus intégrée financièrement, plus efficace dans l'allocation du capital, plus capable de financer ses priorités stratégiques. Cette ambition commune, nous nous engageons à la livrer. Et du coup, je vais terminer par une mission que nous allons vous donner ensemble, Kyriakos et moi. Nous allons faire notre partie du travail. Nous allons faire en sorte que l'Europe, Monsieur le Président, soit plus libre, soit plus efficace. Nous allons faire en sorte que les marchés des capitaux soient davantage à votre service. À vous de vous saisir de cette opportunité, de faire en sorte que l'Europe soit une puissance industrielle, que l'Europe soit une puissance de la défense, que l'Europe soit, oui, une puissance de la décarbonation, et qu'ensemble, nous puissions promettre et livrer à nos enfants ce qu'ils méritent bien, une Europe prospère, une Europe juste, une Europe puissante, une Europe dont nous serons tous et toutes extrêmement fiers. Merci beaucoup.
Je vous en remercie. Monsieur le ministre, nous vous remercions pour votre contribution inspirante, engagée, qui ouvre des perspectives concrètes pour l'avenir de notre coopération entre la France et la Grèce. Mais je veux vous remercier personnellement parce qu'il y a 9 ans, j'ai eu l'honneur d'interviewer le président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron, qui avait alors salué mon français. Alors, je vous en remercie. Κυρίες και κύριοι, Ελλάδα και Γαλλία σήμερα επισφραγίζουν μια πολύ σημαντική συμφωνία. Μια σύμβαση κοινής ανάπτυξης που αφορά 7 αιωλικά.
Une convention de développement commun qui concerne 7 parcs éoliens dans la région de Atalandis, en Grèce continentale. Avec cet accord, HE vient au premier plan avec les partenaires grecs, Jasper Energy, et cet investissement dépasse les 215 millions d'euros. J'aimerais inviter maintenant les ministres de la France et de la Grèce et M. Manthos Giamulta, président de Jasper Energy, qui représente les 2 sociétés, et M. Bruno Besançon, CEO d'HE. Merci. Si vous voulez prendre la parole.
Monsieur.
Let's obey.
Bravo.
Παρακαλώ. Βεβαίως. Έχετε το λόγο. Si vous voulez dire quelque chose.
Just a few words.
Vous avez la parole.
In English, sorry, but with our partner Jasper and Energy to sign this partnership in the wind energy. Yesterday, your Prime Minister said energy was his first wish for Europe, and that's what we are building. Very happy to do it with our Greek partner.
Ευχαριστώ.
Au nom de Jasper Energy, j'aimerais remercier HE pour la collaboration. Nous avons l'intention de bâtir les 7 parcs éoliens dans cette région et le savoir-faire de cette société est important et l'aide de la France aussi avec des capitaux est très très fortement estimée en cette période assez difficile où les sources d'énergie renouvelables mettent en avant des protagonistes et qui offrent dans des pays comme le nôtre le maximum. Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous deux.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving to the first roundtable dedicated to technology and innovation. Our discussion today will focus on the need to develop key technologies in France and in Greece, a field where Europe remains behind its global competitors. So our discussion will also highlight the major challenges regarding education, financing, and connections between research and business, critical sectors for improving Europe's competitiveness. We are fortunate today to have an exceptional group of speakers, so please give a warm welcome to Markos Veremis, Partner Big Pie Ventures, co-founder Upstream and treasurer of the board of SEV, who will moderate this discussion, and also our distinguished panelists, Stéphane Boujna, chairman and CEO of Euronext, Marcel Cobuz, chair of the group executive committee Titan Group, Thierry Do, founder of the CEO of Meridian, and Yannis Loumakis from Unisystems. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers and our moderator.
Welcome, everyone. Just to set the scene, I was listening to the discussion between President Macron and our Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis yesterday, and I think that President Macron reminded us of the nobility and ambition of this European project. He reminded us, for those who become more pessimistic recently, that Europe started as a continent of vicious enemies fighting against each other to become one of the most peaceful places in the world, a place where a common market would have been unthinkable, and now we do have a common market. And he set the stage for the next project, which is to become a truly strong geopolitical force in the world. And I think that one of the areas that he chose, like as the number one priority, was AI and quantum. So with that in mind, I think that it's very important at this stage to discuss with industry leaders from France and Greece on what realistically could be done to bring into fruition this next chapter in the European story. So I'd like to start with Stéphane. One of the things President Macron said yesterday, which I found very honest and very brutal at the same time, is that Europe has been in the business of exporting household savings to the US so that they could innovate, and then we Europeans end up buying their products. So we have become consumers instead of creators to a very large extent. And this is largely a function of capital markets, right? How can capital markets, and this is my question, in Europe inspire the average European household to begin investing in Europe, in European companies, instead of tracking foreign indices?
Okay, thank you for having us, and congratulations for organizing this great event in this magnificent location. Everyone is fascinated by the success of the US, but Macron said something else yesterday. He said, if we want to succeed, we need to trust ourselves, and we need a higher level of self-confidence. Yes, the success of the US is about self-confidence. I mean, I think that the fundamental root of innovation, entrepreneurship in the US, which is so dramatic in feeding the energy in this country, is just the fact that when the kid is 5-year-old at school in the US and he writes his name in capital letters, everyone tells him, oh, you are so amazing. And then when the kid is 25 years older, he does a PowerPoint presentation entitled Change of Paradigm and so on. And they know how to raise money and to burn cash and to do great things. But there is another element of the success of the US that nobody talks enough, in my view, which resonates with your question, which is that in the US, if you want to have some income when you are old, you need to buy shares when you are young. And then you feed the only asset class that provides deferred return, which is equity investment. In Europe, if you want to have some income when you are old, you just have to hope that people at that time will continue to pay taxes and social contributions. And that's one of the big difference, the asymmetry between the amount of money that is allocated by households towards long-term investment to provide long-term yield, i.e. through diversified equity investment versus our system in Europe, which is create a sort of eviction effect for equity. So that's the first dimension. So I think we have one fundamental issue to fix, which is to capture one significant portion of this household savings towards equity investment. The other aspect is exactly what both Kyriakos Mitsotakis and Roland Lescure underlined today, fragmentation. I mean, back in 23, you remember this Donald Tusk paradox that he articulated very often after the invasion, the third invasion of Ukraine by Russia. He said, how come 400 million Europeans are begging the help of 330 million Americans to defend themselves against 130 million Russians? Well, just because there is no such a thing on defense as 400 million Europeans. There is no such a thing as a defragmented or integrated market for defense. And the same applies to a certain extent for the financial world. So we have three issues. One, trusting ourselves much more than we do. And I think the inspiring comments of Macron was clear, and events like the ones we are having today are extremely important to trust ourselves more than we do. Second, finding ways, tools to completely re-engineer the allocation of savings of households in Europe from fixed income to equity. And third, be much more radical in delivering with the right level of speed and scale, defragmentation. These are the three levers to deliver.
Thierry, I wanted to ask you, having an overview of many different sectors, including within the technology space, let's assume Stefan and Euronext actually succeed over the next few years to create a counterbalance to the US especially, and attract capital into Europe and balance this 70-80% of funds that end up going to the US. Now, there's no question that we have plenty, as Stefan says, maybe we have a lack of self-confidence because we have plenty of success cases in Europe. We forget that GLP-1s, which is probably the biggest revolution alongside AI, is a European invention, actually, between a German and a Dutch guy and the European, a Danish company, or we have the mRNA vaccine, or we have what ASML are doing with producing chips. My question to you is, which sectors are you looking at that you feel have the most interesting potential and activity at the moment that would potentially be the next big European champions or leaders or giants in the tech space?
No, thank you for the hard question. With my crystal ball, which doesn't exist, I think this is the beginning of fixing the ecosystem of bringing capital to the various sectors. But a lot of things are integrated. So obviously, I'm principally looking at infrastructure. You know, there is no technology possibilities if you don't have energy, if you don't have data centers, if you don't have the hardware, in fact, to support quantum computing and all these things. So you need capacity and you need the energy in particular. So the difficulty in certain countries in Europe to actually just get the right voltage and the right power at the right place makes it very difficult. So the overall infrastructure in Europe, that has always been its sort of competitive advantage from the logistic sides with ports, roads, rail. We've been better than the US in that case. But the infrastructure, digital or other type, and energy, that is supporting innovation and supporting the new technologies that we think can really make a breakthrough. I mean, I'm also like the president, I think quantum computing is what the other ones haven't got yet, so we could win that battle. So that I would bet on that one if you want to pick one. But I don't think we should forget that we need serious investment in the infrastructure surrounding these technologies to be able to go there. And a final point on the investment, I think the problem is a bit deeper. Even if we have a saving and investment union and the sort of regulatory and the barriers allow less fragmentation, there's still sort of national fragmentation. I mean, the asset aggregators that take these savings from people actually are regulated in a way that they are too fragmented still. So they don't have the size to be able to take the kind of risk that we're asking them to finance innovation. You know, to do venture capital, you need a big pool of money because you can only allocate a few % of your pool of money to venture capital. And the fact that we have small-size players that are asset aggregators, small pension funds, when we have pension funds, not everywhere, or insurance companies that are a bit spread around. So we don't have, we have a few big, and I'm talking about asset owners, not the big asset managers. We have large ones, but it's not real money. They're just a conduit. The people allocating the capital to venture capital are not big enough, and they're too fragmented, and regulation makes them very risk averse. I mean, Europeans tend not to be taking risk. So even though we have entrepreneurs, when the capital comes, they're very reluctant to support potential failure, which is a very big difference with the US.
Marcel, you represent one of the most successful, legendary, multi-generational companies coming out of Greece, Titan Cement. One of the family members was telling me that about 40% of cement used in the States to build data centers actually coming from Titan, which is quite amazing. My question to you is, you are a fine example of what we call European industry, European heavy industry. Now, on paper, one could say that we've lost ground on foundational models in AI, but there are many things coming like physical AI, robotics. My question to you is, from the perspective of Titan, which technologies, given the industrial base of Europe, do you think we should be prioritizing or could be prioritizing and are most useful to companies like yours?
Thank you, Marco. So just to go back, because I'm a customer of Stefan on 3 exchanges, so Euronext, Paris, Brussels, and at the same time, Athens. But we are also listed on New York Stock Exchange, and we did an IPO last year. And that was a clear example of why US can fast-track the mobilization of capital still better than Europe, and there is still a valuation gap between European listed companies and US listed companies. And that has to do with the adoption of new technologies. You'd be surprised to hear that we have here in Greece the largest carbon capture and storage project in Europe, which is half financed by European Union, by Brussels, and half by our balance sheet. That's the kind of technology, Marco, that can be transferred once successful. And it's done with European mindset and European execution. It can be easily exported. Now, the second technology, mainly related to AI, I think where we have a gap is on physical AI. Maybe the physical AI is not that much with US as it is with China. You know, a couple of weeks ago, I was in the Silicon Valley, and then a couple of weeks later, I was in China. And in China, I could see plants in darkness, where the penetration of robots in car manufacturing is now at 90%. The fact that we have such a nice, high AI adoption rate in this part of the world, in Greece more specifically, generative AI is one of the highest. In enterprise AI, you could see also a lot of medium-sized companies adopting AI. We are experimenting at Titan with Thessaloniki, almost at the same level of sophistication like in our partnership with Berkeley, and we have quadpods, drones, and computer vision inspection in most of our plants. So I think there, Europe can leapfrog. Now what is missing is the financing bit, and I think here, similar to Horizon Fund, we can have a sovereign fund on AI deployment technology, which could help. Again, Europe's issue is not only the national champions and European champions in heavy industry, it's also a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises. The density of robots could be as high as 300 for 10,000 workers. That could be, in 2030, 2040, a bigger industry than the car manufacturing. I think that's the technology where Europe can leapfrog, provided, again, the financing is there and the speed of implementation is assumed.
Yeah, I do think that we have a tendency in Europe to sort of feel always like the underdogs and underestimate our achievements, no question about that. And in that sense, Greece is even worse. You know, Greeks tend to really underestimate their achievements. And with this, Yanni, you know, one of the most remarkable things that have happened in Greece, and credit should be given where credit is due, is how the public sector got modernized in terms of its technology infrastructure. I have friends living in the UK, friends living in Germany. They move to Greece, and they actually do find that the entire infrastructure of eGov is better than very advanced Western European countries, right? So Yanni is the best guy, I think, to give us a sense of the state of play. How do you assess the situation in Greece in terms of technology, infrastructure, and solutions?
Okay, thank you very much, first of all, for having me. Very honored to be among so distinguished guests here. So going back to your question, yes, this is true that the late years, Greece has done a significant quantum leap in digital transformation, especially in the public sector, of course, through the usage of the RRF funds. So we've seen a tremendous growth in the GDP coming from digital technologies. Right now, I think we are around 6% of GDP. We started around 2%, and the growth is 3 or 4 times bigger than the actual GDP growth. So there is a significant improvement, especially in public sector. Of course, again, there are different, let's say, type of maturities. We still spend a lot of funds in doing things that are of the 80s and 90s, like a huge digitization of archives. Okay, we try to digitize the cadastre, we try to digitize the pension records. But on the other hand, we've seen a huge investment in citizen services, customer CRM, modern govern ERP systems, modernization of hospital information systems, advanced technologies in the justice system. So I think we are in good shape. The only thing is that, and what we are urging the Greek government is RRF is ending. Let's not leave this system to die. This system, they have to be funded in order to be maintained, in order to be sustainable, and in order to grow and help the Greek economy.
Stefan, I wanted to go into the matter of sovereignty. Now, sovereignty is a funny word. Some people look at it as a very defensive word, like we are not as good as others. We don't feel comfortable using their technology for reasons of security. Therefore, we have to create our own security, erect barriers. This is one interpretation. The other interpretation of sovereignty is we are so self-assured and confident in our own abilities that we don't really need to rely on other people's solutions. Now, sovereignty in tech, I think, is a critical matter for Europe. And I don't want just focus on defense, but in actual enabling technologies. What is your view on how Europe can become sovereign in the second sense of the word over the next few years?
Well, we are in Athens, and one of my favorite Greek author is Thucydides. And in the Wars of Peloponnesus, he mentions twice this sentence. Resting or remaining free, one has to choose. So the fundamental starting point is or self-confidence or self-determination or willingness to become fat, well-fed slaves or fit, free men. And that's the point. I mean, it's much more of an effort and much more of workout and much more of risk-taking to be free man than to be a fat consumer. And that's the fundamental decision. And I know what I'm telling you may sound a bit French, arrogant, conceptual language, but I think it's the root cause of everything. Second, when you go to core technologies, things go, we need, and again, that gets to back to my point of fragmentation. There are some countries in Europe that believe that for operating system, there is Microsoft. For search engine, you have Google. For smartphones, you have Apple. For data centers, you have these famous three guys. And that's okay. As long as it works, let it be in the same way for other areas. So for asset management, BlackRock will do. For investment banking, JP Morgan is fine. So. And you have countries that make things, that don't see themselves just as buyers of things, but also as maker of things. In energy, in aerospace, in defense equipment, in pharma, etc. So the concept is, in Europe is how to align the ones who see themselves just as buyers and say, let's buy, and open the competition, etc., and the ones who want to make sure that we will keep some production capabilities, because when production capabilities evaporate, disappear, they are gone forever. I mean, skills, competence, talents, technology requires not only investment, they require maintenance on the human capital that make it work for real. The third thing beyond the fragmentation is that we need to be very pragmatic and lucid about the waves we have missed and the waves we may catch. I think that in two areas, the jury is still out beyond the perception. I think the big AI guys in the US are showing the way and are building a very material position, in particular in the infrastructure of AI. What I'm saying is that we are getting into a phase where the value-added agents is a sector where fragmentation and differentiation is much more subtle than what we perceived just even 1 year ago. The difficulty for us in Europe is speed. The fundamental difference of this AI revolution is the fact that fundamentally it's an exponential development. It changes materially every 3 months. Our understanding of that revolution as human beings, as organizations, is linear. So we try to catch up. And what we are experiencing over the past few weeks with the Anthropic mythos exactly is a demonstration of that. We just need time to figure out what's going on. We have a linear interpretation, and societies and companies have a sublinear way to adjust to those technologies. So, but there are opportunities here. When we look at one aspect, which is my view fascinating, which is quantum computing, which is closer to real science, real maths, real algo, and fundamental deep tech, Europe is not doing that bad, on the contrary. So the question is how we transform these heavy CapEx type of sectors where we have emerging companies that honestly are very similar in terms of numbers to biotech sector. You need to do rounds at 100, 200, 300 millions pre-IPO rounds. It's very, very similar in terms of orders of magnitude as to what you would do to launch a biotech company. The question is how do we capture the areas that are upstream, like quantum computing, and try to build a system where Europeans, but we need to create scale. I mean, we need to combine players. Either we fail separately in our little village, and honestly, my village is marginally bigger than your village, but at the end of the day, your village is as small as my village at your global scale. So either we fail separately or we succeed together. So consolidation of players is not a nice to have when you are in a dead end of a strategic development. Consolidation is step 1.5 or step 2 of development, because there is no future without consolidation.
And I think your role, the Euronext, is vital in that sense, because in the US, the IPO in itself is a celebrated thing culturally, which gives people the incentive to collaborate and create bigger units that are capable of IPOing. In Europe, this mentality does not exist. I think we are still, so I think the work Euronext will be doing over the next few years is quite critical in the psychology, not just of the investor, but also of the entrepreneurs coming together to create bigger teams, right?
It's relatively simple. If you believe that the worst is behind you and the best is ahead of you, you go public, because you take an IPO discount, but you keep a share of the future. If you believe honestly that the best is behind you and the worst is ahead of you, you take an M&A premium and you sell the company, take the money and run.
Absolutely.
But the IPO is an ultimate sign of confidence in the future of the project.
But I think it's also an incentive for collaboration and for mergers. Marcel, we were talking about this before the discussion started here. It ultimately comes down to people. And you did mention something quite surprising, that the team you worked with in Salonika from the universities was equivalent to Berkeley. Now, most people would have difficulty kind of believing that. I guess my question to you is, you've hired a lot of very good people here, but also many other places in the world. Greece likes to say that we're 6th in the world in terms of STEM graduates. We have 3,500 professors in the top 100 universities in the world, which ranks us 2nd after Israel. We have a lot of good stuff going for us. However, there seems to be something missing to really translate that into economic value and technology innovation in the real marketplace. What are your thoughts on this?
Marco, 60% of our business is in US, so I would compare the way we do business in US with the way we do business in Europe, and then maybe I'll come back of what is missing and how we can capitalize on a higher speed there. I think US has simpler rules. It's just simple, And then once you have simple rules, you can speed up much faster with people of different calibers in your organization. And that is a big change when cost of compliance sometimes is a big fraction of your cost of production when it comes back to Europe. Second, of course, there are fundamentals between US and Europe in terms of profitability, which is the cost of energy. And I think more will have to be said on that. And even between Greece and France, when I'm paying more than 120 euros per megawatt, while in France my peer is paying 50 euros per megawatt. It's great, We have a lot of solar here, but with solar without base load management, and there Europe has to do much more. But when it comes to heavy industries and high energy intensive, simpler rules, incentives for technology rollout, cost of energy, and then faster on AI implementation. I think that makes the difference. And then is the capacity to mobilize capital on venture capital. Again, look at US, how fast they fail and learn on not only on AI but also on new materials. Now, US is not championing decarbonized materials. That's European on European menu. However, Europe is missing those startups on new materials. So I think here we can see the differences, and we can definitely step up on Europe on venture capital, mobilizing the financing, on incentivizing the deployment of high technologies in AI, and then fixing the energy cost issue?
Thierry, an existential question to you as an experienced investor. An American friend of mine was telling me, when I told him that I've gone from being an entrepreneur to becoming a venture capitalist, he said, I think you're in the wrong continent. You know, the highest risk asset class in a continent that is so risk averse is a problem, right, in terms of mentality. I'd like your thoughts on whether this is true, but also, you know, to the extent that it is, what could practically be done to change this mentality, given that if we don't go that path, that way, and experiment and fail, and have more of a fascination with the impossible rather than a fascination with what is safe and secure, which is also usually an illusion, you know, what would you say on that?
That is that's a tough one, but I really believe that regulation and regulators have sort of reinforced that risk-averse thing. European regulators are obsessed with protecting retail investors or any kind of investors or retirement pensioners. And because we've included in the sort of social model that we have, which we love, of prosperity, the fact that somehow, somewhere, the state or the regulator has to protect you against everything. And we're having problems with investment appetite, but we're also having problem with the fact that sooner or later we will not be able to protect the entire European people against climate change and the severe events of climate change, but we still think that we can, because the insurance system is no longer capable of taking it, and governments either. So fundamentally, in very pragmatic ways, as I was saying earlier, bigger volume allow you to take more risk without really changing your mentality, because it's distributed, and diversification always keeps regulators better. So that would be, you know, consolidation of some of these players would help quite a lot, even without them changing their mentality. The second thing is, today, when you look at the regulation at EIOPA for and Solvency II and all these different sort of regulations that we have, capital charges are still too high because they look at it as extreme risk. And so all the asset aggregators and asset owners that I was talking about, they pay dearly, a lot more than US regulated entities to invest in these things. So it takes a long time. You know, 10 years ago, it was a fight to convince EIOPA that infrastructure was, of course, a illiquid asset class, but it was a great asset class for your pension. Now we have to convince them that venture capital is a great asset class. It's illiquid, but it's the only thing for the future of Europe. And that, I think, the other thing, just to finish on that, on the education system, we can still act, because I think we are decreasing our investment in our education system because it's great and everything, but it's going down in terms of the ability to produce the right brain. But this is also where we can instill a little bit more risk appetite rather than later.
No, I'd like to highlight something very, very important in my view to explain this recurrent debate on risk appetite in Europe. We don't take as many risks as we used to do because we are getting older, and more of us are old. And one of the typical illustration of that reality is what happened at the end of last year in Parliament in Greece and in Parliament in France. Because I think this is one of the critical tests for me about the future of the Greek development. Last September, October, November, the French Parliament decided to increase pensions. Last September, October, November sequence, after the Thessaloniki speech of Mitsotakis, the Greek Parliament decided to cut totally income tax for all the youngsters until I think 25 or 26, I don't know the exact age, and up to 30K, if I'm not mistaken, there is a cap of annual income. So you have one country which is already at the third year of budget surplus that decides that the top priority is to cut tax completely for the young to make sure that they build their life and invest and consume. And you have another country that decides that the best priority is to increase pensions so that fat cat pensioners can save even more. So this is a big difference. Now, when you take one decision or the other, you don't have the same output in terms of risk appetite.
Yanni, I want to end this discussion with you. Just for our French guests, the founder of the company, Yannis represents Unisystems, and the Quest Group was also president of CCIFG. And it was unusual at that time for a tech entrepreneur to be the president of CCIFG, which is typically a very industry, quite conservative organization. And I guess, he was a visionary in the sense that he got into this business when no one really was in tech. Now, many years later, obviously, it's one of the largest companies. But I'm sure, Yanni, that you are dreaming of what this technology sector could become in Greece over the next 10 years. So I'd like to end on that note. What do you and your team dream as the potential of tech in Greece?
First of all, I would like to share that in AI era, to be honest, we have more questions than answers. Okay, so I think we're navigating into very unknown waters. So what I want to have my company, of course, we are a big company if we concern Greece. We are a medium-sized company if we are in Europe. But the key driving forces of the company is to become relevant to our customers in the AI era. And this has to be done, first of all, by engaging all the workforce, because we are a human-intensive company, and we have to transform ourselves. And this is not just for the sake of the company, but first of all, for the sake of the employees and their labor future. So we are transforming all our production line, which is software development. We have AI-first strategy in all areas. We try to transform all internal processes outside software development in human resources, in legal, in finance, in marketing, in recruitment, in everything. We try to produce new type of software that AI is embedded in the software. And also we try, together with our customers, try to guide them how to navigate and how to engage in this AI journey. So there are a lot of opportunities, but on the other hand, I think that there are a lot of threats as well, because in the previous years, the company was heavily investing in resources. Actually, year over year, we were hiring more than 10% of resources. Currently, to be honest, we have stopped hiring new people, right? And probably, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I think that there's going to be a huge impact on the labor, especially for white collars and highly educated people, starting from the technology, but I think it's going to go through all areas. And this, I think, it will create a tremendous socio-economic problem that must be tackled. Of course, on the other hand, there is a huge productivity gain that we see every day. For the time being, these productivity gains is captured by companies like us. In the near future, I think it's going to go to the customers, because the customer will demand that, but also the competition will do that. And in order to maintain our revenue, let's say, threshold, we have to do more with less. And we have to reinvent ourselves in order to navigate.
Okay, I will end this session by just commenting that I think Europe has won the battle of every rich person in the world wanting to live here and spend their money here and have a good time. I think our next battle is making Europe the place where the young, the most talented in the world want to come and work and flourish. So thank you so much, everyone, for this discussion.
Thank you all, gentlemen. Thank you all for this powerful discussion. So let's move forward to our next conversation that, ladies and gentlemen, please, I need you to sit down. We move on to our next panel. Our next conversation that goes to the heart of the current geopolitical and economic shifts. One of the most strategic developments of our time, the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, the IMEC. That is not just a transport route. It is a multi-dimensional initiative that brings together shipping, rail, energy networks, digital connectivity, and trade. So in today's shifting geopolitical landscape, it has a rapidly growing significance for Europe and especially for Mediterranean countries, raising important questions about economic sovereignty, resilience, and regional cooperation. To explore both the challenges and the real opportunities IMEC presents, I am pleased to welcome the French and Greek special envoys to the corridor, Alexis Kostadopoulos, Special Envoy and Ex-Ambassador to Saudi Arabia, and Monsieur Gérard Mestralet, IMEC Special Envoy and former CEO of Suez, in conversation with a great colleague of mine, Ralou Alexopoulou. Please welcome all three.
Well, let me start because our time is smaller than we think. Signed by 8 countries, including the European Union, India, Middle East, the Europe Economic Corridor, the IMEC, could attract private investment and funding from companies and institutions interested in the region's growth and development. To help us understand its geopolitical and economic implications, we are joined by our guest, as we heard, Mr. Gérard Mestralet, who is the special envoy of the French President, Emmanuel Macron, for the IMEC Corridor, and former CEO of the French energy giant ENGIE. And also with me is Mr. Alex Kostadopoulos, IMEC Executive Secretary and former Ambassador to Saudi Arabia. I welcome you both here. And I would like to start with Mr. Mestralet. IMEC is being described as a landmark connectivity project linking India, Middle East, and Europe. From your perspective, how significant is this initiative for Europe's long-term strategic position?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, for inviting us. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to discuss with Alexis about IMEC. Not only we have been working already together, not only on how to help IMEC to progress, but also how to give to Greece the entire role that Greece has to play in this marvelous project. So What is IMEC? Perhaps it's important to remind because I guess that some of the participants are hearing IMEC for the first time. IMEC is a very large project, one of the largest infrastructure projects of the 21st century, which has been signed by 8 chiefs of states during the G20 in New Delhi in September 2023. The signatories were Mr. Modi from India, Mohammed bin Salman from Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed from the Emirates, plus 4 European signatories from the President of France, the Chancellor of Germany, the Prime Minister of Italy, and Mrs. von der Leyen from the EU, which is important because the EU as a whole is part of the IMEC, plus Joe Biden, the President of the United States. Why the United States? There are also 2 geostrategic objectives on top of the transportation of goods, energy, and digital data. View from the US, IMEC is seen as a competitor of the Belt and Road Initiative. And of course, this is of interest for the US. Secondly, there are 2 countries which are not signatories but mentioned in the agreement. It's Jordan and Israel. So if you look at the map, which is here, the initial idea of the signatories was to go from point to point, from Mumbai to Dubai, Jebel Ali, and then to cross the Arabic Peninsula up to Haifa in Israel, and then the third leg is a new maritime leg on Mediterranean Sea. This was the first idea, and so it was a sort of implementation of the Abraham Accord, willing to normalize the relationship between Israel and the Arab countries. And you have to remind that the Abraham Accord had been signed by Trump during his first term. That is why even this agreement signed by Joe Biden has been fully backed. Now he's fully backed by the Trump administration. So it is important. And so the objective of the IMEC, of course, is to increase the trade, the connectivity between 3 continents: the European continent, the Near and Middle East continent, and the Indian continent. You know, India is the growing empire of the 21st century, and it is very important to increase the links. By the way, as you know, 2 months ago, a very important trade agreement has been signed between EU and India. And this agreement has been negotiated for 20 years. But there has been an acceleration recently, and the objective is to increase the trade between India and Europe. And of course, to increase trade, you need infrastructures. Already now, the trade is growing at 6 or 7%, which means a doubling in 10 years. So all the existing infrastructure will not be sufficient to absorb the increase of the traffic. And so IMEC has this objective to allow to capture this increase of the trade, of the movement, of the traffic, and also to stimulate this traffic. So it's a very, very important project. An evaluation of the investment has been made at the beginning of $500 billion US dollar. But that's very important.
Am I hearing? Yeah. Mr. Konstantopoulou, what do you think should Greece's role be within IMEC?
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. I'm very happy to welcome in Athens my good friend and counterpart, Gérard Mestralet, with whom we've been working very closely over the past couple of months. I think Greece and France have a very special relationship, and this special relationship also reflects in the cooperation both of us have regarding the IMEC, which is a European project. It's a project where, as Gérard just said, a lot of European countries participate, but of course all Team Europe will profit from it. Now, Greece's role is very important in it because the geographical logic is very clear from such a corridor, as Gérard just described it also right now. Greece is the logical entry point of the IMEC in the unified European market. So, of course, Greece has very close links with the Middle East, with all the countries of the Middle East, the Arab countries, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, but it is also very close to Jordan and to Israel. So it can bridge the gap and help by bridging this gap to bring things closer to fruition. Our role is to be able to ensure this continuity and stability of security of supply of goods, of energy and of data between the Middle East and Europe. And we're already working in this sense since most of you know that we have already established the vertical corridor with the Balkans. So we're importing LNG, and it allows for to be transported to Bulgaria, Romania, and further north to Moldova and Ukraine. We're also putting in place electricity interconnections with Egypt, with the Gregi project, with Cyprus and Israel, the Great Sea Interconnector, and also there is ongoing projects for an electricity connection with Saudi Arabia. So a lot of what we're planning to do in the future is already being implemented. It just needs to be put together as something that is coherent, that is something that comes in continuity. But as Gérard said in the beginning, it was supposed to be a single route, but now it is more conceived as a network of corridors that will allow us to accelerate trade and prosperity between our different continents, but also and mainly ensure the security of energy, supply of goods, and data through our three different continents. So Greece's role is very important. Geographical logic is there. We have the political capacity. We have the geopolitical capacity also in the required links to play an important role. And of course, within Team Europe, we know very well that we need to succeed together. So there's not only one single entry point for the IMEC in Europe. There can be several entry points for the IMEC in Europe. It can be Marseille, it can be Trieste, it can be Piraeus, it can be Alexandroupolis. We just need to put all of this together and to work coherently and cohesively towards that. Now, the IMEC is something that should be very interesting for the private sector, because this is somewhere where we will need a lot of private-public partnerships. So it's very important that the two governments are working together to put this in place, so that would allow also for the private sector to work together and to bring our companies closer. So I think this is the IMEC, which is a very important project. It's a project for the future. It is something that will allow us to project European unity and cohesion in the future and the security of our continent. And it's very important that our companies can also work very closely together on this. Thank you.
Monsieur Mestralet, does the conflict in the Middle East hinder the project's implementation?
The fact is that the conflicts had reinforced the role and the usefulness of IMEC. Let me explain. Of course, IMEC might be considered as a straight line, one track between 2 points, say Mumbai to Marseille. That should be, I would say, a risky way, because if there is one difficulty in one point, an explosion in a port, like happened in Beirut, for example, or a technical accident like we saw on the Suez Canal when a ship, it was a Chinese ship, by the way, blocking the Suez Canal for 3 weeks. During 3 weeks, the global trade has been blocked. So we have made this evolve from a single track to vessel network of several routes from IMEC in order to de-risk the supply chains. The objective of IMEC is also to reinforce the supply chains from China to India, notably, but not only, and also to make the supply chains more secure and more resilient. That's why, starting from India, if you look at the map, starting from India now, there are 4 ports, not only Mumbai, but also Mundra, Vadhavan, a new port that Mr. Modi has decided to build, $10 billion, which will be the main port for IMEC, plus Neva Sheva. When you go by the maritime route, the first leg, to the Arabic Peninsula, the most important ports are in the Gulf. So to reach those ports, you have to go through the Strait of Hormuz, which is blocked today. And before the war, we had developed the idea that Oman could offer most secure ports to the IMEC, Sohar or Duqm. And I will be in Oman in 3 weeks with the government, at the invitation of the government, to secure that. And so on the other side of the Arabic Peninsula, you have the Red Sea, and at the entry of the Red Sea, you have the Bab al-Mandeb Strait in between Yemen and Djibouti. And the Houthis are there. They have been bombing the ships sometimes. And so in the transport activity, the risk component of the cost through the insurance is becoming greater and greater. And so to avoid the 2 choke points, Strait of Hormuz on the east and the Strait of Bab al-Mandeb on the west, there is a simple solution to go in the middle through Oman and then crossing Oman, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and from Jordan you go to Israel or to Egypt or to Lebanon. And then you have access to the Mediterranean Sea. And as Alexis said, to reach Europe, you have the Greek ports, you have Trieste, but of course, we are developing massively Marseille as one of the competitive hubs in Europe. Therefore, the objective of the IMEC is to create a strong link between those Orient and Occident, between India and Europe through the Middle East, but with a safer and more resilient way.
Thank you very much. We have only 3 minutes. I would like to ask Mr. Konstantopoulos, what concrete economic, can you hear me? Benefits could the Greek economy expect from IMEC?
Thank you very much. Well, it's different to put numbers on something that has not been realized yet. But if this, and hopefully it will, if this economic corridor develops to the satisfaction of everybody, of all the parties, As Gerard just said, it will allow maritime, it will allow transport to go away from choke points that are usually like provoke a lot of problems, as we have seen lately with the latest geopolitical developments. And in this, I must say that if the crisis in the Gulf region has taught us something so far, is that there is now, more than ever, the necessity to be able to implement this IMEC. Because we need to be able to have a secure, resilient route for trade, for energy transfers, for data, for our continent. So now, more than ever, the IMEC is not only an economic option, it's a necessity for the security of Europe, for the energy security of Europe, and we know how important that is also on the political side. Now, how will Greece benefit from it? Well, it's up to us to decide how much we want to benefit from it. Let's put in place the necessary infrastructure. I mean, geography favors Greece, favors France, favors all the Mediterranean countries in this sense. But it's up to us to decide how much we want to profit economically from this corridor. Because if we put in place the right conditions, then the private sector will decide to come to Marseille, it will decide to come to Piraeus, it will decide to come to Alexandroupoli. So if we want to reap the economic benefits, then we need to be able to do the necessary work before. So hopefully there will be a lot of economic benefits because we will be able to mobilize our governments and our enterprises in this sense to make, as somebody was saying before, one of the speakers before, we need to dream big to be able to reap the profits of our vision, of what our vision is. This is a very important vision that needs to be implemented. No, I was speaking too much.
I don't think I think you hear us. I would like to thank you both for your insights. Unfortunately, our time was limited, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for the thought-provoking conversation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a 10-minute coffee break. And let's get back at 1:10. Please be sharp on time so that we can continue. Thank you. Καλό πολύ να... Σας παρακαλώ πάρα πολύ, με σεβασμό προς τους ομιλητές, γιατί είναι αυστηρό το πρόγραμμά μας και περιμένουμε τον Έλληνα Πρωθυπουργό και τον Γάλλο Πρόεδρο αργότερα, να είμαστε λίγο αυστηροί με τους χρόνους. Παρακαλώ πάρτε τις θέσεις σας για να προχωρήσουμε στην εκδήλωση. Αν θέλετε, κυρίες μου, παρακαλώ πολύ πάρτε τις θέσεις σας. Σας παρακαλώ πολύ, κυρίες, πρέπει να ξεκινήσουμε. Please take your seats as we proceed to our next conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. Please, you may be seated. Because we continue with our second roundtable, focusing on defense industries, a sector that is critical for both strategic autonomy and innovation. How can we strengthen our industrial and technological base? How do we accelerate technology transfer and improve interoperability? And finally, what kind of partnerships can France and Greece build together? Joining us for this discussion are Nicolas Groult, CEO of KNDS, Christian Hadjiminas, founder and CEO of Theon, Evangelos Mitilineos, Executive Chairman of Metlen Energy and Metals, Pierre-Éric Pommelet, CEO of Naval Group, and this session will be moderated by another great colleague of mine, Alexia Kefalas. Please welcome all to the stage. Ελάτε. Πρόεδρε, καθίστε. Alexia.
Thank you. Hi. Hello. I have a brilliant man here. As it was announced, we have the one who's speaking is Christian Hadjiminas, who's the founder and CEO of Theon Group. As I heard right now, you are the first Greek investor in France now, are you? This is very good. Theon, you promoting the Made in Greece, like your other colleagues. You produce night vision binoculars and thermal monoculars. So congrats. Pierre-Éric Pommelet, you are the CEO of Naval Group. You almost half Greek now, are you? Half Greek entrepreneur partnership with Greece with 3+1 frigates. I was at that Kimon visit this morning, and it was quite interesting to hear President Macron, the Prime Minister of Greece, Mitsotakis, who were talking about the frigates that will be in Salamina. And it's very interesting in a history point of view, because Salamina was the first time of all the Greek cities joined together, made an alliance, really a joint venture alliance against Xerxes, which is quite interesting nowadays. Evangelos Mitilineos, CEO of Metlen Group, Energy. Everyone knows you here. I mean, every investor in Greece knows you. Energy and metallurgy specialist listed in the London Stock Exchange. Welcome, thank you. Nicolas Groult, the tallest maybe. And also collaborating with Metlen, like Naval Group. Ground combat system with the famous Leopard, the anti-tanks, with missiles and anti-drones attack. Welcome to all of you, and a question to all of you who wants to take the first word. What is the European defense today?
Should I start?
Sure.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So if I start with European defense first, I think KNDS is a good example, because obviously it's a pan-European land defense group, which has been built between, at the beginning, German and French group together in 2015. And now we are present in 8 countries and serving more than 20 armies across Europe. So obviously, European means something to us, clearly by construction.
But when we talk about European defense,
yes,
what do you think?
So, European defense now, we need to step up. You know what has happened a couple of years ago now in Ukraine has provoked a big reaction, obviously, and we have speed up. We have speed up, and you know, in terms of example of what we have done in the recent years, what is working very well, there is a need for collaboration. There is a deep need for collaboration between countries and between companies to make the speed happen into Europe. I would like just to take a concrete example of what has happened between France, Belgium, and Luxembourg. You know, when a couple of years ago...
CAMO program, huh?
CAMO program,
CAMO.
Absolutely. The CAMO program is a good example of cooperation between countries and between industries. When we have developed the Scorpion family, which is a couple of vehicles, infantry vehicles and fighting vehicles, communicating together, which was the first of a collaborative combat that we have innovated clearly in France. And afterwards, the Belgium state and the Luxembourg state told us, well, we would like to join this program. Why? Because it's just economy of scale, speed, and tomorrow, when the land forces would like to send some battalion together in Europe or somewhere else, they can cooperate immediately. Same training, same equipment. And this is what is making a big difference. And there is another point very, very important, is the cooperation between the states. Because when we signed this agreement between French, Belgium, and Luxembourg, then we decided also to transfer of technology in Belgium. So we have transferred technology to Belgium. We are assembling some vehicle in Belgium. So it's a win-win agreement. And clearly, what we would like to do now, especially in between Greece and France, is to continue to do the same. So
I know, I'm trying to, okay, it's the dome effect. Thank you. The transfer of technology, sorry. The transfer of the technology is also what you promote, Naval, with Greece in Salamina. They were talking about that this morning, Pierre-Eric.
My turn?
Yeah, of course. I was talking about the frigates, the transfer of technology.
Transfer of technology, and what do you think of defense in Europe? I hope that you hear me. By the way, I don't know if my mic is working fine. Good afternoon, everybody. I think Europe and transfer of technology, this is what we've seen this morning, as you mentioned. This morning we were on the frigate, on the Kimon. And Kimon for me, and the frigate arriving here, is the right example of what Europe can do together. You know that together we can do many things, but when two countries reach the capacity to develop frigate program that are able to defend our model, defend our society, I think we're really in the reality of what is defense in Europe. And for our frigate program, we've been requested since the beginning to involve many Greek companies in the program, since the beginning of the program. And of course, the program going from 3 to a 4th frigate. And of course, delivering the first one. We will deliver 2 this year, 2 new frigates.
October, December, huh?
Yeah, October and December, so Niarchos and Formian. And another one in 28 means that we now started to support the frigate, and we need more and more Greek industry and Greek technology to support us and to work with us. So since the beginning, and I perfectly remember the first years of the program, we've organized Industry Day, we've been guided to discover Greek industry. And frankly speaking, we didn't know that so many things were happening in Greece. We found some absolutely incredible company. By the way, one of them is right near me, Metlem and some subsidiary. We now have in our supply chain more than 70 Greek companies that are part of the supply chain, or part of the panel. And we've passed more than 120 contracts to Greek industry in order to support the frigates, in order to support what we're going to do in the next years, in order to increase the capacity. And of course, continuing to this morning with Prime Minister and President, we've talked about what French Navy and Greek Navy were doing together and how we can continue to cooperate. So it's a reality. It's, you know...
But you do have an example, the first frigate who came the 15th of January in Greece.
Yes.
went directly to Cyprus the 1st of May when Cyprus was
incredible,
aggressed with
huh?
the Languedoc, with another French frigate. It was a French-Greek collaboration, right?
Absolutely, and the Greek frigate was immediately, as you know, the Greek frigate arrived a few months ago and immediately was sent to Cyprus for 40 days of operation and operating with the French Navy and the French aircraft carrier group. So it's a reality. Okay, and so we are very proud to support that. And of course, what have started with us and with the Greek industry here is only the beginning of a journey in order to give to Europe, and I think it's part of your question, to give sovereignty. And more, Europe has to be able to sustain itself and to protect itself. And together, we're sure that we can be much more efficient. You know what's happening in Ukraine? What is happening in Ukraine is a huge developments of their industry in order to support their operations. I think Europe, in the perspective of a potential conflict, is now reinforcing sovereignty and capacity to work together. And between Greece and France, for sure, between Greece and France, for sure, and apparently for centuries, millennium, something is happening.
Evangelos or Christian, what are your French colleagues, because you do collaborate also with Naval and with KNDS, what is your European defense program?
Thank you very much, and welcome to everyone that took the time out of the weekend rest to come here and watch this interesting discussion, I hope. The defense aspects of any organization, of any countries together, is a direct result of the political situation and not the other way around. So the collaboration between French and Greek industry is a result of the excellent relations that have been built between Greece and France through the decades. And now we are at a point where we have to face the new realities. We have to face a NATO that looks like a NATO that we have not seen before. And so we will see more and more individual countries coming together. And one of the first examples is France and Greece, because it happens that these two countries, they have a long history in common. May I remind you that 200 years ago, when Greece was liberated by the Turks, it was France, England, and Russia that liberated Greece. So it goes a long way back, and we've been together with France all the way.
So what you mean is that this kind of collaboration, this kind of alliance between Greece and France is one of the dynamic of this European defense that Europe tried to build.
What I'm trying to say is that the NATO that we used to know had a lot of common procurement policies, had a different concept whereby the Americans provided most of the equipment and all the assistance to Europe. That is changing, and in my personal opinion, it cannot go back. It will never go back. President Trump is threatening to get out of Europe every week or every other week. I don't know if he's going to do it or not. But no matter if he does it or he does not do it, the situation is not going to be like it used to be before. Therefore, bilateral agreements between countries like this one is maybe the norm of the next day. And this is a very good example that we are starting now.
Yes, maybe, but what happened in Cyprus was a game changer. The Greek Prime Minister was talking about that because Cyprus is not a member of NATO, but is a member of European Union. So, and in the Treaty of European Union, Article 42, Paragraph 7, you have the mutual assistance that you're talking about, Mr. Mitsotakis. So that's why France and Greeks went directly to save and to help Cyprus. Christian, what do you think about European defense? You are a defender of the Made in Greece too. You invest a lot in France with Stavros, with Exosens. So you're one of the main actors of that collaboration. So your opinion on European defense?
Yes. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you for being here. I'm very honored to be here, especially with Mr. Mitsotakis. He and us, we are, I think, the largest defense groups here in Greece. We work very well together. We would like to see the Greek defense industry being different in its approach than in the past, not fighting with each other, but working together to provide proper solutions to any foreign suppliers. Nevertheless, I would like to say the following. Our experience is a little bit different. We started our cooperation with French companies regardless of Greek procurements, had nothing to do with them. You mentioned Exosens and Safran. Yes, first of all, we are the largest, the second largest investor in France last year, and this year, I'm talking about civil and defense. This year, I think, with what we have in mind, we will become the top investor. But our cooperation with French companies, Safran and Exosens, started a few years ago, and we worked together to break into new markets together with Safran in Brazil, Switzerland, with Exosens in many countries, in Europe, but also Saudi Arabia, UAE, to be specific. And we managed together, with us, actually, a Greek company being the main contractor, with only one exception in one of those countries, to win hundreds and hundreds of millions of euros of exports, not only from Greece, but also from France. So I'm very proud of that, but that's not important. What is important, and this is what I would like to relate to our French friends, not just the fellow participants here, is that France should see Greece now that we have also matured, as partners, not as just clients. We also, when I go to these countries with Safran, with Exosens in Saudi Arabia, we don't see them as just customers. We see them as partners. And when somebody, a country, understands that you treat them as partners, they will return the favor many times. I will tell you another example, because I always want to be specific. Right now, Germany is our biggest customer. Nobody asked us to invest in four companies in Germany last year, and nobody asks me to invest in France last year and this year. We consider this as part of give and take. So to cut a long story short, I would like to ask our French friends, because they are friends, to work together. But it's not about working about something in Greece, to do a global business, which makes sense for both our French friends, like NDTS, that you're doing these wonderful things with Metlen, and I hope also Group Naval and Thales and Safran, that together there are a lot of markets that we can capture, but we don't want to be seen as your partners just for Greece, because it's not good for you, it doesn't make sense business-wise, and it doesn't make sense for us. And we think we can bring more value added globally. Thank you.
Okay, that partnership could be tasted maybe, Pierre-Eric and Evangelos, with submarines. You have that project. Tell me about that. You know, you are working on we have the sea protection, the air protection with those 24 Rafale. We have the earth protection with all those Leopards. What's going on now with the submarines? This is a co-production ongoing, isn't it, Pierre?
Co-production, not yet, but
I want to know everything.
Understand that in the defense of Europe and in the defense of Greece, there will be acquisition of submarines or replacements of the submarine fleet. That makes sense, by the way. You know that submarines are becoming very powerful, of course, very quiet. And with submarines today, you can protect a very large area, and you can make deterrence on a very large area. And so a lot of countries are renewing their submarine capacity. And Greece is now seriously considering launching a program. And of course, following what we've done with the frigates and in the spirit of doing it together and doing it as partnership, we today are proposing what we can do after the solution that we've delivered already, or that we have been awarded already in Europe, in the Netherlands, for example. And but of course, looking for partners because the request of Greece for the future assets, and especially submarines, is to have a maximum of Greek industry involved in order to design, in order to build, and in order to sustain right after. And so we are in the process of preparing ourselves and preparing a team in order to answer the best to the requirement of the Hellenic Navy and of the Ministry of Defense here. And what does that mean? Of course, working with the companies that are working with us, but also extending with companies that can help us in, let's call it heavy industry, metal, and energy. I'm looking at you, Evangelos, because Metlem is clearly a company that can bring us, but also shipyards. You know that we are considering working with Scaramanga Shipyard that has a huge experience in submarines. So
we have a huge knowledge in submarines.
And huge knowledge of submarines.
Yes.
So
but
it's
can
the
we
moment
consider
now.
what Christian Sradimina is saying? Can we consider that you could co-produce together submarines and sell it in another country?
Of course. Once we've set up a supply chain and a capacity, of course, then we can extend this capacity to other contracts. This is what Christian was saying in cooperation. So we are in the process of building a team, French and Greek team, in order to address the future needs of the Navy.
Evangelos Mitsotakis, a reaction?
Yeah. We are in a very nice atmosphere here, and I don't want to sour the mood here. But I have to, I cannot avoid saying that this excellent cooperation that we have with Naval on preparing the fourth frigate, in my opinion, and it's something that I have expressed in public and in person to the top government officials, this cooperation should have started from frigate Bellara numero 1. I don't think it was good that we had to wait for 3 frigates in order to enter our cooperation with Naval. We have
in the production.
We have such a good cooperation now in preparing the fourth that I cannot keep wondering why we did not start from the first.
But before taking the answer, maybe you can consider having another frigate again.
That's not the one. Now let me finish. It's interesting.
I'm asking.
You also mentioned the submarines.
Yes, I do.
In our defense lab in Volos, we essentially built the 4th submarines, German submarines, about 20 years ago, as I said, which are the submarines that keep the balance at the Aegean at the moment. And I fully agree that Greece needs another 4 submarines. It's a decision of the Greek government and the Ministry of Defense whether they buy French, German, or any other. All I can say is that we know the job very well, and this will be a cooperation of equals. We will put our technology, and of course, Naval is the main contractor, and I'm sure we can do Barracudas not only for Greece, but for many other countries in the world. But things would have been much more advanced if we started 3 or 4 years earlier.
No, can you keep the microphone just to tell me, because it's not only about Naval, it's also your collaboration with KNDS.
Okay, KNDS.
Because that could be also an example. You can, Nicola, also answer about that.
Our cooperation with the German side of KNDS, KNDS Deutschland, goes back 25 years. And I have to underline the fact that in the 10 years of the Greek economic difficulties between 2010 and 2020, our defense arm of the business managed to survive and survive nicely because of collaboration with companies like Candes. And now we are ready for more, and we do much more business. We want to expand our business now with the French side of the alliance, of the Franco-German alliance, with the VBCI, the Philoctetes, of which we are working together.
What's the most challenging to work with French or Franco-German groups for a Greek?
Excellent. Very nice.
No challenge.
No change.
You adapt.
No change. For us, you can work on aluminium, which is the French. We can work on steel. We can work with nice people anyway. We don't care.
Good. Maybe Nicolas, adaptation. You have this challenge too. No challenge.
I think what is important is in what Evander is mentioning is that so we have this Philoctetes project, which is a very nice project where, first of all, we have tried to understand what is Greece needs, and I think we understood, very well the aerian protection, the naval protection, and there is a bit of land protection missing. And so we try to really define what will be the needs. So the VBCI, but a totally new VBCI, which is an infantry fighting vehicle that will cope to be able to be on the mainland, on the islands, and with capacity that will also cope to counter UAV, so which is very, very effective. So that's the concept. And then in terms of cooperation manufacturing, in very advanced phase, we have started discussion, especially to make things here, especially in transfer of technology like aluminium welding, which is absolutely a key technology that we have in France, and we are ready to transfer that. So, and the cooperation that we are having is very, I wouldn't say easy. It's never easy to cooperate, but at least it's fluid cooperation, which is very important. And obviously, we'd be more than happy to extend our cooperation because and I fully agree that we should not, wait only to offset the Greece order. We should be able to also think out of the box on how we can be more competitive together, because there are some capabilities in Greece, that's absolutely clear, and we should benefit from that to the export market as well. So putting French, Greek together, I think, would be a very, very powerful also for the export market, because today the demand is higher than the capacity that we can produce. That's a fact.
How do you, maybe Christian, you can also answer to that because you're opening new industries all the time and you're serving 72 army, as I read recently in the French press. How do you answer to those, comments that you have? You have a lot of work now with those wars, 2 wars in Europe, next to Europe. How do you respond?
So what's exactly the point, Alexia?
The point, how do you respond to your command? You have a lot of...
Yes. Well, first of all, we have invested in companies in Germany, in Wetzlar, for instance, where we are with Hensoldt doing together production. We are building a 4th factory here in Greece. We are buying companies. Now it's time is to do that in France as we speak. But I think in general, and that applies to us and Metlen in general, I think there is a problem of capacity, and that's why our German and French friends, I think it's a very safe place to subcontract here. I mean, yesterday, I know they're not necessarily your allies, but we signed a contract with Rheinmetall for vehicles, which was for another country, okay? So it was our own design, but they're also interested, like a lot of other European companies, to use us as subcontractors, which we don't mind. It's not just that we have to use our design. I'm sure the same thing, you've already done it, as Mr. Mitilineos said, and we know that very well. During tough times, you did export, I think, to Norway or somewhere with Metlen. But we have the capacity to do things in Greece. We do have them. And replace, because Rheinmetall, KNDTS, everybody has those issues of capacity. As far as our capacity is concerned, for our own products, we have no problem.
So what you mean is to secure supply chain, you have to have those strategic partnerships.
Yes, and those partnerships, as Mr. Mitilineos, I like the fact that he stressed that this partnership that he had with KNDTS was working even when there was no Greek procurements. That's what I would like to hear. That's because that is a proof that both parties want to work together, because Mitilineos Metlen is good, because KNDTS is happy, and vice versa. These are the kind of collaboration. The point here with the 25%, if you allow me to say, is not to force our friends, our French friends, our German friends to give things. It doesn't have to be on the procurement itself. In other words, if there is Rafale and we cannot reach 25% as a Greek value added, there's nothing wrong, I'm just saying as an example, with Dassault helping 2 or 3 Greek companies doing something else in the world. You understand what I'm saying? Things must have a viability for both parties. But to do so, again, our French and German and whatever other friends within Europe, they have to see us as partners.
Okay, as time is running, but as I understood of what you just said, is that, okay, so alone you're going well, together you're going far, no problem, but you have a threat. You have wars. Wars are a changing game. You can see in Iran they produce with a 3D printer drones with missiles. How do you answer to those threats, the fourth of you? Quickly. President is coming.
What do you mean by those threats? We've said many things. I wanted just to come back. When we started the frigate program, the requirement was to go fast. The contract was signed in 2022. And we have promised to deliver in 2025 for the first one, 2026 for the second and third one. And Greece at that moment knew that they will need to increase their capacity and to have new vessels very quickly. But at the same moment, they've asked us to involve Greek industry. And I totally agree with you. Now we are much more mature. And now we're ready for next programs such as submarines to involve the Greek industry. But, and I see your colleague from Salamis, Cypriot, that is a very important part of our supply chain. We've been able, even going fast, to introduce. But your question is, so how can you go fast to introduce new technology and new threats while looking at programs that sometimes take time? And I think this is the beauty of defense industry. We have the 2 times scale at the same moment. Because programs, whatever we want, but when you design a ship or a warship, or when you design a program, you cannot do it in few months. I mean, it takes some time to the design, to the preparation, to industry, etc., to the investment. But at the same moment, you need to be very aware of the capacity and to be able to fight against new threats, and of course, the new threats of drones coming from the air or coming from the sea. Mean that we have the long-term industry, and at the same moment, short-term, most of it linked to the combat system, to the software, to innovation. And what is very interesting and fascinating, and we've been able to find here in Greece partners for the long-term and for the short-term. And at the same moment, our government and Europe is financing us, encouraging us to look for long-term program and introducing technology at the same moment. And of course, drones and everything around autonomy, everything around, of course, the algorithm, artificial intelligence, etc., is very strongly supported in the cooperation between our 2 nations. So looking long-term, having partners for the long-term at the same moment, but innovation. At the same time, this is really one of the beauty of defense industry and what we are able to deliver in programs and in cooperation programs.
That's what you're all doing, Mr. Mitilineos?
I will stay a tiny bit of time to what Christian said, and I make my own interpretation. Christian says, essentially, Greek, European, or American companies, in this equation, the Greek companies can offer competence, diligence, knowledge many times, and absolutely capacity. And what we need from our OEMs in Europe is the most advanced technology, the most sophisticated transfer of know-how, and then the combination is a win-win, which I thank Christian for the comment. I double down on this comment. For us to do, we've done submarines, but to do the latest generation of submarines, we need the technology of naval. Let's be frank and clear. We need the technology of naval, and naval, which has, thank God, a lot of business going forward. They need our capacity. Not any capacity of people and plants that they can deliver on time, on budget, and on quality.
And we can find money. I see Stefan Buchner here. You know, the defense industry a few years ago was banned. Nobody wanted to finance defense because we were bad. But now, since the war in Ukraine, in the new world, we can find financing to our projects, and we are now back in part of the future of an economy. We cannot have a future without defense industry, we know that, so we can find money also for our development and technology.
And there's defense funds also in France. Nicolas, Christian, to close because we have...
Just to word on, there are two things for the speed, and I mentioned it at the beginning of my speech here. We need to design faster, because today the defense industry was not used
to design or to produce?
Both. So that was the first point, design and produce. We need to design quicker because actually the feedback we get from the battle team in Ukraine is that they are innovating almost every day, every single day. So we can't lie behind because anyhow the need is there. So we need to design faster, and to design faster we need also partnership, because we can't have all the competencies to design. The counter UAV is absolutely key. The loitering ammunition is key as well. So it's completely changing the way, and the unmanned system, even for robotic land battlefield, is totally new. And we have now some examples that are running in Ukraine because we need that. So design faster and then produce faster. So to produce faster, it means that we have also partners, very solid partners that are able to execute the supply chain in a very reliable and quick manner. So it's also changing the cycle time that we need to produce, and it's totally new for the defense industries in the last couple of years. So the paradigm shift is in progress, and this is why the cooperation that we can have with local partners is absolutely key, local, but that can be global as well.
Local, global, strategic, Christian? Last but not least.
Yes, I just wanted to say a comment on this specific point and then have another final statement, if I may. Okay, first of all, right now, we all here, all the gentlemen in this nice panel, we face the same problem. Same problem is that right now there's a lot of emphasis on drones, anti-drones, smaller platforms, UAVs and everything. So we all have to adapt, whether it's a vehicle. I will tell you in our case where we are leaders in the world on man-portable electro-optics, the way we have to adapt is to empower the soldier to face the drones themselves on the battlefield separately. So we all have to adapt here. That's the thing on this point, how we react to the situation. And it's good, actually. It makes us think. Secondly, and last comment, just to triple on what Mr. Mitilineos Evangelis said, we have another advantage. French and Greek people, they share the same values. Those values are deep. They're not just superficial. On the other hand, we have to say the truth, is that politically, because you're a bigger country, France is a bigger country, has more potential frictions than Greeks have. We Greeks are very neutral, I should say, because of the size, not, nothing else. So in many, many countries, it's much easier for when you have a consortium of, let's say, Metlen and KNDTS, or with to have the Greek side on the front. And what I'm saying is not theoretical. We have applied that many, many times. Sometimes the customer wants to have more of a neutral party in between. And we can be that party, neutral, but also at the same time, we share the same values and we can work together. This is the beauty of it.
And also maybe geographically, Greece has a very good position for France. I mean, because it's in East Europe and the south of East
near
Europe.
the Middle East, to say the least.
It's not Middle East, but it's the south.
No,
it's South Europe. Huh? It's strategic for France. Just the geographical part of Greece. It's important for French industry, right? Maybe Nicolas to close or
no, absolutely, absolutely. We need this diversified footprint. Because yes, the location is absolutely key to us again for the speed, and to be able to produce closer to customers. And you were mentioning Middle East. Yes, we have to think about that. You know, to be close to this area is also an advantage for some markets that we are targeting.
You can say it, Pierre-Eric. The center of Europe is moving east.
Yes, and I have to say that. In our company, we love working with Greece and with Greek. And this morning we were on the Kimon, and the crew of the Kimon has spent more than 1 year in France, and apparently they've loved it also. And on those programs, because I've mentioned, of course, industry, I mentioned finance, but we know that we need to convince our young generation and young people to work for defense and to work for us. And I can tell you, it is not a problem to find young engineers and technicians in France to work for a cooperation program with Greece. I don't know why, but I can tell you it's really attractive.
That will be the end. Thank you. We can congratulate them. Evangelos Mitilineos, Pierre-Eric Pomelet, Nicolas Roux, and Christian Khadzimina. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the valuable insights. Well done, Alexia. Συγχαρητήρια. Συγχαρητήρια. Να είστε καλά. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Because now we move to our final roundtable, addressing one of the most pressing challenges: carbon reduction and industrial competitiveness, as well as security of supply in Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean. So our focus is on Greece's emerging role as a regional energy hub, alongside the contribution of French expertise in supporting this strategic ambition. I am pleased to welcome Andreas Athanasopoulos, Executive Director and CEO, Olympia Group, Alexandros Benos, CFO of Synergy Holdings, Bruno Besançon, CEO of AQO, and Pierre-Arthur Lestrade, CEO of EDF Power Solutions. To moderate this discussion, I also welcome Rania Ekaterinari, President of the Executive Committee and Vice Chair of the Board of SEV. Παρακαλώ.
All right, thank you. Yes, yes.
And we have a public mic, so we'll need to be careful with the mics.
Shall we start? Let's take 2 minutes before we start, until everyone is seated down. Okay. Good afternoon. I think we had a fascinating discussion about French and Greek collaboration in defense and technology and the potential going forward. On behalf of SEV Board, I would like to thank everyone for being here today despite the cold. It's a great pleasure to have you here today. I would also like to thank the Franco-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for organizing this economic forum for a stronger and more competitive Europe. I think the ongoing geopolitical developments, including rising energy prices, rising freight costs, and evolving US-EU relationships, are putting additional pressure on the European Union on matters of economic growth. And as the Prime Minister and the President Macron said yesterday, security of supply, less dependence on third countries, and obviously competitiveness of the European industry. We all welcomed, I think, back in 2025, the renewed agenda of the European Commission on competitiveness of Europe. But the truth is that over the last months or the last year, we haven't seen much relief as industries on the ground. So there are pressing issues which makes us serve, together with the other European federations and MEDEF, to raise our voices and calling for Europe and President von der Leyen to find solutions around energy prices, security, defense, and obviously how to boost investments and innovation. So today our topic is one of the most critical matters for Europe. And on one hand, we're going to talk about decarbonization and competitiveness. And on the other hand, we're going to talk about connectivity and how it's important to have a less fragmented European energy market. Our Prime Minister talked yesterday about how fragmented the market is, and obviously about securing supply, electricity supply. So I'll start with Julien, with the first question being one. I'll start basically from the industry side, which is one of the main topics, competitiveness. So my first question to you, being one of the leading cable manufacturers, is how do you see electrification? Can electrification strengthen European industrial competitiveness?
Okay, so I will start this first question. So hello everyone. To answer this question about competitiveness, I will take another example of another industry, which is railways network. In 1900, if you remember 1900, so more than 100 years ago, the countries that invest massively into railways networks were the ones that finally bring competitiveness to the industries, bring employment on trades. So what we have seen 100 years ago in railways, we do see the same today in electrification. So the countries, the territories that today invest massively into their electrical grid, electrical, basically, network, generate also this type of competitiveness. And we know that out of the energy that we consume in Europe, 27% of this energy comes from electricity. And this 27% of electricity will move to more than 40% by 2040. So Europe needs to invest massively into its grids, electrical backbone, using the, let's say, moving away from fossil energy, which we know does not bring competitiveness for the industries. We have the wind in the north, the sun in the south of Europe. We have hydropower in the middle with the Alps. We have some countries have nuclear. So we have everything we need to create competitivity for industries. And for that, we need to have a strong network.
Thank you. And maybe somewhere later on in our discussion, we're going to talk about nuclear as well, which is a new topic for here in Greece. So I'll move on to the second, I think, participant in the panel in cable manufacturing, a Greek leading European cable manufacturer. And I'm going to ask you more or less the same question, like how do you see the European framework supporting European producers? Because again, we all talked about making stronger European companies, making European champions. Do you think the European framework helps? And what it will take back in return as European economy, as Greek economy, if we support more our industries?
Well, thank you for the question. It's definitely clear that Synergy has really a global competitor, despite being a Greek company, because we compete globally every day, as Nexans do. So we sit right at the intersection of decarbonization and energy security. Now, the EU framework can help and has already helped in, I would say, 5 things which are execution-oriented. The first thing is the speed and predictability in permitting, in having all these projects being able to develop. Otherwise, uncertainty is the enemy, as we all know in the industry. So if you have delays and you cannot invest in people, you cannot invest in new lines, you cannot expand capacity. The second thing is a credible pipeline of projects. And the TSOs right now, they are actually doing very well their job because they are giving us a transparent, long-term, and coordinated schedule for the projects that allows our plans of investing to be feasible and to be executed. The third thing is, and this is an important point, that procurement in Europe is taking more and more advantage and is putting more and more focus not only on the lowest price, but also on resilience, on decarbonization. If we keep on looking only at the lower price, Europe will lose its industrial capacity over time. That's for sure. Fourth point is that, and that's where the EU can do more, I believe. We all know that our competitors sometimes, not in Europe, outside of Europe, they get some strong state backing. They use different, even lower standards in safety, environment, and so on. And if the EU does not take measures, whether they are mechanisms of trade regulation or others, we don't want really to close Europe. We want to open the market, but with fair terms. And finally, since this is a capital-intensive sector, we all know that it's a capital-intensive sector, the EU tools that will help de-risk investments, whether these investments are standard ones, capacity expansions, or one-off projects, something new in, let's say, hydrogen-ready pipes or something of the kind, we cannot really get easily from the plan to an investment decision. And what Synergy has shown in the past, given that framework, we've already invested more than $1 billion in the last 10 years. We are now more than $2 billion turnover, $3.5 billion of backlog. So we show, practically, we show by, not by example, but by the result, that if the state and the EU gives the right runway, then we can definitely invest and in capacity, in labor, and so on. Now, what does the EU get back? Well, I think it's very easy. It gets back, first of all, security of supply for strategic things. It gets back faster delivery for projects that will help decarbonization, because once you relate the different countries, then you're able to actually develop more the renewables. Otherwise, renewables is just energy loss. And finally, it keeps jobs and know-how in Europe. And if this isn't strategic autonomy, I don't know really what is.
Thank you. So that leads me to another question to Bruno. Being a fast-growing, independent power producer from renewables, storage, and solar and turbine. So you're buying all this equipment, either being solar, batteries, cables, for your own business development. So what's your opinion on the local content, on the made in Europe, let's say, discussion which is taking place right now, and we don't see a much unified approach from all European member states. Do you have something to say on that?
So thank you, Anya. Good afternoon to everyone. Very happy to discuss energy. As your Prime Minister said, it's his first wish for Europe and for Greece. As for local content, as you said, we provide electricity. Electricity is always local. But we buy equipments. We buy wind turbines, we buy solar panels, we buy batteries, we buy cables, by the way, European cables. So local content matters for us. As a producer of electricity, it's always helpful to be able to say that it's local and local content because it helps for acceptation. So in principle, we agree with it being local. Of course, there is something important to add. Your Prime Minister said it. We want also affordable electricity. So there are easy cases. As for cable, as for wind turbines, with people like Nordex, Siemens, Vestas, we have productive, competitive, affordable European providers. Sometimes it's more difficult, and then the question can be open for solar panels, especially, possibly also for batteries. Today, let's be frank, we rely very much on China. So how do we build a stronger European industry? Which nascent industry we want to help, and for which industry we say, okay, let's leave it to free trade, as it's also a powerful tool for affordability. The last thing I would like to mention regarding local content is that it is not enough to put some regulation, and it has been mentioned also that sometimes Europe is too much regulated and too much bureaucracy. So how do we do smart regulation that is balanced? And at the end, it's not regulation that builds plants or solar panels. It's industrial, it's people, engineer workers. So if you don't also work on the supply side, on the education side, you can put all the regulation you want, you won't get the local content or not at an affordable price. So I think, yes, local content can help to make a support, and it will help to have affordable, sustainable, secure and local energy, but we have to be careful in the way we design it.
So you are positive under certain conditions. I'll come to Mr. Athanasopoulos now. Batteries have moved from just a component in the value chain to a strategic asset for the energy transition, underpinning basically everything from grid stability to industry's electrification. Yet, most of the European market depends heavily on Asian supply chains, whether this is cells or materials or industrial know-how for batteries. How do you feel about that, being an integrated battery manufacturer? Can you help an ecosystem get stronger, and what do you expect from Europe?
Thank you very much for the invitation, and good afternoon to everybody. I think the battery question started as a component to the automotive industry. And in the automotive industry, we have to admit that we lost the war against China. And this war cannot be gained back. And we have to be pragmatic. So now why the war was lost, it can be a very long discussion, but I think Europe felt that if we pour 20 billion of euros on an investment side, it was just a mathematical problem of money. It proved that China was working more than 30 years on this very problem. They have invested more than 200 billion. They lost a lot of money, and at the end they dominated technically the world of batteries. This war is won forever. And whoever thinks that is different, I welcome them to lose another 20 billion as it happened in Northvolt. Now, the problem now is that we realize that batteries is not a tool to drive vehicles, it's a tool for energy management. Now we have to solve a different problem. And on this different problem, we have to be pragmatic. For instance, we have to invite Chinese, as Chinese was doing in the 80s, to invite China to make factories in Europe and to cooperate in a partnership way. Because today, the only factories that they make batteries in Europe are Chinese batteries. In Hungary, in Spain, in Germany, nowhere else. So, A, we have to be pragmatic. B, we have to decide to solve the right problem. And the right problem now is storage. But storage not only on the grid, but behind the grid. The biggest challenge in Europe at the moment is that factories are not competitive. Whoever thinks that supplying energy, supplying fuel will reduce prices, I think is mistaken. Price in the US and in China is 2.5 times lower than is in Europe. So instead of solving the problem of pricing, we have to solve the problem of reducing consumption. To reduce consumption in factories, to support the competitiveness of European industry, we need batteries. And we need batteries inside the factory. Now, we, as Sunlight, we are the largest Western vertically integrated battery manufacturer on lead acid, and we are the largest also vertically integrated insofar as modules and batteries in lithium batteries. Cells, we will never make on our own, and I must make a note here, because we have been asked many times, why didn't you make a cell lithium factory? We were betrayed by our own clients, because our own clients used to say, we want you to make cell batteries in Europe, but with Chinese prices. Shall I say it again? So Chinese prices in Europe cannot happen, because Chinese manufacturing is a subsidized manufacturing. So in order to have energy storage at an industrial scale, we need to recognize the problem. 25% of consumption, of electricity consumption in Europe is at industry. We need to recognize the problem. Countries subsidize households to put storage in their houses, which it will take 100 years to convince them to do, but they don't subsidize at scale industry. The second, the regulatory framework does not exist. Those that they put batteries for storage, they get double taxed. They get taxed when they produce, and they get taxed when they upload energy. These things are real problems. And unless these real problems are addressed, don't expect industry to solve the energy problem. And we'll start seeing industry shutting down or transferring in the US. For us, Sunlight, it's much more economical today to produce batteries in the US and export them in Europe than the other way around. And here is the arbitrage and how you address this arbitrage. When it comes to Greece, in Greece we have even a deeper problem. There is no regulation at all to support and explain and define what is industrial energy storage. It is unknown. We need to work hard. Actually, we need to copy from France. France is farther ahead in this particular topic, because if we don't define it, we have factories and big industrial firms begging to implement projects, but there is no approval from the DE, nothing. So if we don't face this problem for real, that will be just a linguistic conversation in meetings like that. Thank you.
It's nice because you started with the European challenges and you came down to the Greek ones, which more or less we all agree. Pierre Arthur, I've got a different question for you. We're all talking about the major investments that will be required for the energy transition, but how do you see financing of such big investments in a market which is pretty volatile in terms of pricing? You know very well solar. We have, grid curtailments, negative prices, batteries coming in, which probably is going to make the problem even bigger. So is it possible, is it feasible, to have all these investments, and who will pay the cost at the end?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think the financing of the energy transition is a big question. There is money, but it needs to be properly allocated. And there are two sides of the problem. First, there is the equity financing. Investors have to find an interest in order to invest in the project and to have a fair return. And then there is the debt financing. Are the financing institution willing to finance infrastructure project? So I would take a couple of examples. So currently, the industry is facing major challenges with solar financing. So plain vanilla solar, without storage capacity, are facing two major obstacles. The first one is very low electricity prices, because when there is a lot of sun in most of geographies now, there is a very low price, and it lowers the return significantly, hence makes the investment unprofitable. The grid curtailment are also massive. We see in Europe a degradation of revenue that yield between 5 and even 25% of revenue reduction. So this has an impact on the return of the investor, but is also worrying for the bank that provide the capital and may put the investment in danger.
And battery, the battery is key for grid stability, we mentioned it, and it will be an answer for further RES integration. Nevertheless, in the mid-run, the industry will face challenge in financing projects with storage. Currently, there are very few states, but Greece has one of the best, according to my opinion, mechanism with 1 gigawatt allocated with a CFD. But that's not the case in most of Europe. And the battery, they are fully exposed to the merchant risk. This is a very, very volatile kind of revenue. You can have huge upsides, but there is a very big risk of cannibalization due to a supply-demand equilibrium that could put the investment in risk. And for the moment, the bank are reluctant to finance this kind of project. So the industry will have to shape investment market instruments such as tolling or hedging mechanism in order to provide sustainable financing for the bank and fair return for the investor in such technology. Without this, it will be complicated. I think there are also opportunities. We spoke in previous session about AI, about the development of electrical mobility and data center. I think there are huge opportunities. The customer, AI data center, could partner with the electricity provider with a private power purchase agreement or a direct wire, so a project located close to a data center in order to directly provide electricity in a competitive way, on a stable way, so solar plus battery, most likely. And we have this kind of example in the US, and EDF is also developing this kind of project in Europe. So there are great opportunities to push energy transition and to finance this project. So challenges, but also a lot of opportunities that are in our hands in order to develop this.
I think it's important that you mention AI. It's the topic of discussion. Yesterday I was at the Delphi Forum, which will be driving energy consumption. Whether this is true or not, I don't know. But in Europe, we don't much discuss about it. It's very good that you mentioned that. Now, Julian, coming back to you, energy security was one of the main concerns raised yesterday by President Macron and Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. What is your assessment of the risk? How real it is, and what Europe is doing for that?
So regarding energy security, I think most of people believe that electricity is a commodity. You enter in a room, you push a button, the light is on. So people believe it's a commodity. It's not a commodity. Without electricity, a city like Athens doesn't have drinkable water. Without electricity, a territory doesn't have hospital running, industry is stopping. If you remember 2 years ago, the lack of electricity in Spain stopped the country for a full day. In Ukraine, Russia first targets the electrical infrastructures of Ukraine, not by chance, because it's a real purpose. So electricity security is extremely important. Today, in Europe, if we want to have a strong Europe regarding energy and electricity, electrifications, we cannot have a country alone not linked, not connected to electricity with the other states, member states of unions. If you are an independent country in Europe, not, I would say, running with fossil energy, you're at risk. You put your population at risk. You put your industry at risk. So Europe needs to clearly invest into its grids and into interconnection between countries and states in order to protect the security of energy.
Thank you. So I suppose then decarbonization enhances security of supply. So Alexandros, what do you think? Those two objectives, security of supply and decarbonization, is something that Europe is managing well? And do you think that Southern Eastern Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean can play a role of that? Do you see Greece playing a role of that in the new energy landscape?
Well, I don't believe that these are two competing objectives. Clearly, energy security is non-negotiable, and Europe will not pick one of the two. We have to manage the transition to the energy transition in such a way to achieve the state where cleaner energy will also be more secure. So let's see how can this be done? First of all, to actually continue on Julien, so I will not speak a lot about it, grids, grids, and grids. Even if we fill up Europe with renewables and we don't have interconnections, then power will not flow to where it is needed. Secondly, flexibility. Flexibility together with renewables. As we get into a more dynamic market with storage, with smart grids, with smart use of electricity, you need not just to favor energy volumes, but to favor also in the system flexibility and adaptiveness. Third thing, let's not forget that for the next 20, 30 years, we will be going on a hybrid model. We will have electrons, but we will also have gas molecules. You cannot work for the next 30 years without natural gas, or in the future, hydrogen. So these have to go hand in hand. We have to build in the same way energy security for our gas fuels, whether these are fossil or not fossil. Fourth, the cheapest energy and the more secure energy is energy which is not wasted. So the storage, the batteries, the linking of storage inside the system, and solutions that decrease energy consumption, as Andreas said, so building renovation, industry efficiency, and so on, are also important. Now, Greece, it has a very important role to play there, because it's not anymore the periphery, it is a strategic center for Europe. It can play the role of a connection hub, because of its geography, but it can also play the role of not just a transit point, but an industrial hub. And this will give to Europe more choices. Not just geography, it's also optionality. The fact that you have, for example, the vertical corridor, the fact that we will have regional production of electricity in the southeastern Mediterranean. That's why you see most of the new energy infrastructure investments happen or start in this area of Europe. So Greece will definitely play a role, and it can play a role if, as the other speaker said before me this morning, if it is considered as an equal partner with the other European players. Europe, to actually balance decarbonization and energy security, it has to provide hardware, cables, links, connections, software, market rules, flexibility, and a hybrid bridge, together with industry. Without industry, the plan will just stay a plan, stay just a design, and will not be realized.
Thank you. That's a very positive message. So, Pierre Arthur, what do you think are the best strategies and considerations for the region to play this role? And also, I just asked you outside the question, I mean, the Prime Minister talked about nuclear energy. So when we're talking about the optimum energy mix, where nuclear stands and where Southeast Europe stands in terms of nuclear?
Yeah, in order to answer that, I think I will speak very quickly about energy security. There are three components: energy security, the competitiveness of the electricity, and then the sustainability aspect. So we already spoke about energy security, so I agree that the main goal should be to reduce our dependency to imported fuels, and this increases the energy security. Renewables, they are at the center of the strategy in Greece, and they should remain so. But there are intermittencies, so flexibility with a hydro or a battery format are most needed in this in the case of Greece, and I agree that will remain also. We need to have an equilibrium, supply-demand equilibrium made with gas. So gas will remain part of the Greek energy mix. Nevertheless, I think there is also opportunity in nuclear. Nuclear is a significant opportunity for energy diversification. I think it is an opportunity for Greece to develop this technology if the public opinion is ready to listen to this technology, and after the relevant adoption of a regulatory and safety framework in the country. The second aspect is related to the competitiveness of the electricity. So renewables are key, storage are necessary, and I think grid reinforcement are highly needed, locally and internationally. I think the local grid in Greece has to be upgraded also, as well as a national, as an international aspect, but I think we need to look for EU funding, maybe, in order to reinforce, because we are speaking about billions of investment in order to make the grid stronger and in order to push prices lower. But this cost effectiveness is key in order to protect the industrial competitiveness of our European industry and to protect also the purchasing power of the citizen in the end. The last element is about the sustainability. So the conflict in the world have put the environmental and climate risk on a lower priority. Nevertheless, in the long run, these two risks, they pose immense threat to businesses and to our societies. So when we speak about energy transition, we need really to think about this element of sustainability. And sustainability is also going through, according to me, through the selection of our contractors, the selection of our equipment. I think as here business leader, we ought to foster European industry. We ought to protect the know and to favor R&D and innovation in Europe, and eventually to protect job creation and job employment in the region. So these are the three elements for me that are key ingredients for the successful energy transition in Greece, in the Balkans, and in Europe in general.
I'll come now to the Greek reality. Bruno, you have announced an investment in Greece, and I'm sure you have a pipeline of other projects, for us, for the Greek power market. So what do you think of the regulatory framework in Greece, the design of the market, the kind of incentives? Are you happy? Would you like some changes? What is your opinion?
Market design is very important because be it affordability, security of supply, or sustainability, it all relates also to some political aspects, and so we need good regulation. To that extent, I would be a bit of a lawyer for what Europe has done. It has been said that it is very fragmented. The fact that is that those last 30 years, Europe has done a lot to create a more integrated market with some power exchange on top of stock exchange and with some connections. So that Europe is possibly more connected than the United States. If you look at Texas, Texas is not connected to its neighbor states. So let's be also proud of what we have done. Of course, we can do more, especially in terms of connections. So connections inside Greece is a topic. Connections with the neighboring countries is also a topic. But yes, we have some power markets. We have also a carbon market that we can be proud of as a tool to make climate change at the best affordable, economical way. So we have some success. When I look to Greece, Greece has done a tremendous move to develop renewable in electricity, and now up to 50%. The target is even more ambitious, close to 95%. So a good path has been done. A few elements that I would modestly bring to make it faster. One is about connections. As I said, renewable, they are nice, but they need to go from production to consumer. So we need connections at fast connection, cheap connections. So there is a few improvements to be done there. Another topic is the way we sell power. We like to sell it on the long term, so to develop what we call power purchase agreements with corporates or with the state is something that could be improved to get contract for 10, 20 years that can give security or visibility to both the seller and the buyer. That's a topic. Storage, of course, can help to bring renewable electricity, let's say solar electricity, from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. That also helps. And the last thing, if we want to do the last mile of energy transition, we need to look more at the demand. On the demand side, to have this shift It won't take 1 year. It will take some years. So perhaps, but let's say 30 years. It's not easy. It's not for free, but industry is here to make it as affordable as possible. But it's necessary because it doesn't make sense to bring supply if there is no demand in front. But to go out of oil and coal and possibly gas, we need also to look more at the demand and to accompany industry, housing, and transport in this demand shift.
Thank you. Andreas, I'll leave the last question for you. You said before that, Europe, and we all know that, pays twice or 3 times what, our competitors are paying. And for sure, Greece pays much higher if you see the total electricity bill. But we had several discussions in the past, and storage, batteries combined with agentic AI can really, forecast demand, manage charging, trade electricity back to the grid, and overall, can be part of an equation of lowering, cost of energy for the industries. How do you see that evolving? I mean, do you see an enabling framework for that? Do you see technologies, AI, doing this convergence between, batteries and AI? What do you think?
That's a very good question, since there are maybe 5 to 10 conferences daily on AI in Greece. But we don't see as much AI as the conferences. We discuss a lot about AI in how to get rid of contact centers, how to get rid of employees within the organization, which may happen, may not happen. Energy in itself, and storage in particular, require AI. So without AI, all these nice things we talk about, rebalancing, finding the peaks, managing, predicting when a forklift will need to be used, so when it is not used, to trade the energy from the forklift to the grid, all these things require very advanced AI. And not the one that we all talk about. It needs a lot of edge AI. Imagine that there are thousands of units of batteries that they need to control. If you put all this information in a central cloud system, the cost of the cloud will kill you before you even start doing it. So the energy management, the way we discuss it, will require a lot of advanced AI. Now, this advanced AI is the only reason why Europe may prevent Chinese to come and take it over. Because nobody would like to have their national grid or their company managed by a Chinese cloud somewhere from China. So this capability of software in the particular area will become a natural barrier. However, we need to invest locally, either Greece or at European level, on these AI capabilities. Today, we as Sunlight, for instance, we fund many engineering departments in Greece who they develop very competitive code that we can do all these things. We need more. And we also need to open up this industrial energy storage to be able to have a framework whereby you buy, you sell, you store, and all these things combined within a common system. So, as I said before, industrial storage is going to be a fundamental competitiveness driver. There are estimates that only 20% of industrial demand going into storage or utilizing storage, there is going to be something like 30 billion of euros energy saving per year, let alone the carbon saving that we're going to get from that. So the bill is very big, not to ignore it. To get there, we're going to need technology. Europe can invest in this technology, so without crying behind the Chinese battery cells, we can invest into software and therefore utilize this capability in order to truly reduce energy cost. Bills will never drop. Consumption must drop. Thank you.
That's another important message. Thank you. I would like to thank you all for this wonderful discussion, and we can continue outside. I think we have a break now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya.
Gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen, for the contribution. Excellent.
Thank you.
Συγχαρητήρια. Ναι, βεβαίως. Με μεγάλη χαρά. Με μεγάλη χαρά. Κυρίες και κύριοι, παρακαλώ λίγο την προσοχή σας. Σας παρακαλώ πολύ για 1 λεπτό μόνο. Θα κάνουμε μία διακοπή για το γεύμα, διακοπή αυστηρά 1 ώρας, γιατί θα πρέπει να επιστρέψουμε όλοι και όλες στις θέσεις μας, 3:30 για να υποδεχθούμε τον Έλληνα Πρωθυπουργό και τον Γάλλο Πρόεδρο. Και θα παρακαλούσα πολύ να αδειάσει λίγο η αίθουσα του θόλου, γιατί θα γίνει ένας έλεγχος ασφαλείας βάσει πρωτοκόλου, όπως γίνεται πάντα πριν από την άφιξη των ηγετών. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. 1 ώρα αυστηρά εδώ στις 3:30.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Premier ministre, chers ministres, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Messieurs les intervenants et chers invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, la relation entre la France et la Grèce a des racines très profondes et constitue pour nous un honneur particulier d'accueillir d'éminentes personnalités, le Premier ministre de la Grèce, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, et le président de la République française, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron.
De la République française, je suis très honorée de vous accueillir aujourd'hui. J'ai gardé un très bon souvenir de notre entretien il y a 9 ans. Le message que vous avez porté hier résonne avec force aujourd'hui. Une Europe plus forte, plus souveraine et
Για
plus
μια
unie.
Ευρώπη πιο δυνατή, πιο ανεξάρτητη, πιο ενωμένη. Και βεβαίως
Κύριε Πρόεδρε της Κυβερνήσεως, έχετε το λόγο. Παρακαλώ πολύ να προσέλθετε στο βήμα για την ομιλία σας.
Monsieur le Président, κυρίες και κύριοι υπουργοί και βουλευτές,
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, les députés, chers membres de la communauté d'affaires, je remercie la Confédération des entreprises, la CEV, ainsi que la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie franco-hellénique pour cet événement d'aujourd'hui, pour cette rencontre d'aujourd'hui. Je remercie bien sûr la Fondation Niarchos pour cet accueil exceptionnel, ainsi que toutes les personnes qui ont contribué à l'organisation excellente de ce forum économique franco-hellénique. Les discussions qui ont eu lieu étaient bien sûr très importantes, essentielles et fertiles, cultivant, je dirais, un terrain fertile pour le développement ultérieur de nouveaux partenariats et pour resserrer les liens entre nos deux pays. Des investissements nouveaux, des partenariats. En d'autres termes, je dirais que pour un chapitre plus ambitieux dans ce parcours franco-hellénique dans différents domaines, tout aussi multiples que variés. L'amitié entre la France et la Grèce a d'ailleurs été fondée sur des bases très solides, des relations de confiance mutuelle avec une profondeur historique et une conscience européenne commune qui a été forgée à des moments cruciaux de l'histoire. La pensée politique, la réflexion politique, bien sûr, évalue notre pays comme faisant partie intégrante de la famille européenne. Nous ne pouvons pas oublier, cher Président, que la Grèce s'est trouvée en tant que 10e membre de la Communauté économique européenne en 1981, car elle a insisté, c'est à l'époque le président Giscard d'Estaing qui avait insisté en surmontant les réactions de l'Allemagne de l'époque. Et je pense que nous serons toujours reconnaissants pour cette insistance qui était celle de M. Giscard d'Estaing et qui a changé le destin de la Grèce. Et bien sûr, la Grèce est considérée comme un partenaire à part entière de la France, comme un pays qui comprend mieux que les autres pays l'importance géopolitique et culturelle pour notre continent. Et cette proximité historique, comme nous avons pu le réitérer aujourd'hui à plusieurs reprises, a trouvé son expression la plus forte en cet accord de partenariat stratégique que nous avons signé à Paris en 2021, quelques mois avant le début de la guerre en Ukraine. Un accord phare dont la revalorisation a été décidée aujourd'hui avec le président Macron. Je dirais donc que les deux pays se trouvent aujourd'hui plus proches que jamais sur le point de vue politique, le niveau stratégique et du point de vue économique, éducatif et culturel également. Je dirais également que ce modèle de coopération constitue le modèle le plus avancé de partenariat qu'a développé la Grèce avec les autres membres de l'Union européenne. C'est une constatation qui est cruciale et qui est bien sûr d'actualité, puisque nous vivons dans une période de bouleversement géopolitique important, une période marquée par l'incertitude, par les compétitivités ou par les progrès technologiques et les bouleversements technologiques. Un monde qui change de manière très rapide, ce à quoi nous n'étions pas habitués dans le passé. La question donc à laquelle est invitée à répondre l'Europe, les questions plutôt, je corrige, dans cet environnement qui est celui d'aujourd'hui, est déterminante pour notre avenir et pour l'avenir des générations futures. Et comment nous allons aussi protéger notre sécurité, comment nous allons renforcer notre compétitivité, comment nous allons protéger notre modèle social. L'amélioration de la compétitivité de l'économie européenne est une condition pour que nous puissions conserver ce modèle social généreux qui nous distingue d'autres régions de la planète. Comment nous allons être en première ligne de la technologie et de l'innovation? Et notre réponse à ces questions est que la coopération franco-hellénique peut fonctionner, peut servir de modèle. Et un modèle pour l'Europe, globalement, avec une réflexion stratégique, avec des pratiques, des décisions pratiques bien précises, avec une autonomie stratégique et avec des investissements communs, avec une coopération sur le plan de la défense, une politique de défense aussi unique et avec, bien sûr, la solidarité et l'unité entre les États membres de l'Union. Parce que les crises auxquelles nous sommes confrontés sont certes nombreuses, mais elles permettent de faire apparaître des opportunités. Et les réponses à ces crises et à ces opportunités, ce n'est pas l'inaction et ni la fragmentation. D'ailleurs, au contraire, la réponse doit être l'action commune, pas à pas, progressivement, avec des objectifs communs, en ayant, avec le président français, parlé pendant de nombreuses heures au Conseil européen, puisque nous sommes très expérimentés, les plus expérimentés parmi les dirigeants des gouvernements, et nous savons que les rythmes ne sont pas toujours ceux qu'on le veut, mais quand on veut prendre des décisions, l'Europe a été à la hauteur. Parce que, comme disait Schuman, l'Europe a été forgée, est apparue à travers les crises et elle est le produit, la réponse qu'elle a apportée à ces crises. Et cette solidarité, nous sommes invités justement à la mettre en pratique aujourd'hui. Nous avons vu qu'elle s'exprimait concrètement lorsque, avec le président français, il y a quelques semaines, nous étions à Chypre. Chypre qui a été la cible d'attaque sur son territoire avec le Hezbollah. Nous avons envoyé de cette façon un message de soutien et de sécurité de l'intégrité territoriale de la République de Chypre. Et un message du même genre, nous sommes invités aujourd'hui à transmettre sur le plan de l'économie en investissant dans le domaine de l'énergie, dans le domaine de l'innovation, la marine marchande, la technologie, dans toutes les infrastructures. Un défi que nous relèverons, j'en suis certainement sûr, j'en suis sûr. Et je remercie d'ailleurs le président français qui est accompagné d'une délégation importante d'entreprises qui investissent déjà en Grèce ou qui ont l'intention d'investir dans notre pays. Je dirais que la discussion sur la défense européenne n'est pas une discussion théorique sur l'avenir, c'est une nécessité géopolitique immédiate parce que depuis des décennies, notre continent a été confronté à considérer la sécurité de par son lien avec les États-Unis. Mais les temps changent, les menaces se multiplient. Ces menaces sont là et nos deux pays étaient en première ligne sur le débat sur l'autonomie stratégique. Et aujourd'hui, ce matin, nous étions à la frégate Kimon et je réfléchissais, je me disais que ce que nous avons réussi en 2021, c'était de mettre en pratique cette coopération, ce partenariat stratégique avant même qu'elle ne soit instituée par des règles européennes. Réfléchissez, nous, avec la France, nous réparons des pays, nous bâtissons des navires, 8 navires. Et bien sûr, ce chiffre va se multiplier, va augmenter. Et nous apprenons de l'expérience de l'autre avec ces plateformes très contemporaines. Et dans ce sens, la France et la Grèce parlent dans ce sens et nous sommes bien sûr ravis de voir qu'il y a de plus en plus de pays au sein du Conseil européen qui suivent cette logique. Et avec le président Macron, très récemment, il a soulevé la question de la dissuasion nucléaire au niveau européen. Une partenariat de pays à laquelle notre pays s'intéresse de participer pour que nous puissions avoir en tant qu'Europe une confiance en matière de défense et une responsabilité pour ce qui est de la défense. Donc, tous ces points-là se reflètent dans l'accord de partenariat en matière de défense qui a scellé nos relations. Et les questions qui nous préoccupent, convergence en matière de défense, des exercices communs pour renforcer l'industrie et l'application dans la pratique de la clause d'assistance mutuelle, l'article 42, paragraphe 7 de la Convention européenne. Ces points-là se reflètent et sont formulés dans cet accord important. Mesdames et messieurs, la coopération franco-hellénique doit avancer et elle avance au-delà de la relation traditionnelle entre le citoyen et le fournisseur. Elle avance selon une logique de coproduction commune, un écosystème qui reliera nos deux pays à plusieurs niveaux, parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons certes visité un navire ultramoderne, ultra sophistiqué, mais nous savons que le théâtre des opérations change de manière très rapide et nous devons axer notre attention sur des domaines de pointe comme la cyberdéfense, les drones, la défense vis-à-vis des drones. L'industrie de défense grecque a développé un système ultra sophistiqué qui est, et je me réfère au système Stavros Centaur, qui a montré en pratique ses capacités. Les sociétés grecques, les start-up grecques doivent relever à l'heure actuelle de nombreux défis et développent des produits novateurs. Et il en va de même pour la France. Et je pense que le défi de taille que nous avons, c'est de savoir comment nous allons pouvoir faire cette convergence entre les différents écosystèmes, entre le secteur public français et grec, pour qu'ils puissent être les fournisseurs de systèmes ultra sophistiqués qui pourront être par la suite vendus à d'autres pays européens. Et outre cette autonomie stratégique, cette autonomie en matière de défense, nous sommes ici pour discuter de l'amélioration de la compétitivité de l'économie européenne. C'est une priorité qui est une nécessité. Si l'on réfléchit au fait que l'Europe, malheureusement, est en retard par rapport aux États-Unis, par rapport à la Chine, pour ce qui est de questions d'intelligence artificielle, de compétitivité, et c'est une exigence, si vous voulez, que de pouvoir avancer plus rapidement et de manière plus courageuse, plus audacieuse dans plusieurs domaines. Vous avez, Monsieur le Président, fait des pas en avant très impressionnants dans l'écosystème de l'innovation. La France est en première ligne des champions européens pour ce qui est de l'intelligence artificielle et ce lien entre les start-up grecques et les entreprises françaises peut générer, à mon sens, des opportunités très nombreuses, des opportunités de croissance, de développement, des opportunités de nouveaux emplois bien payés. Et je clôturerai mon propos avec une priorité commune très importante qui concerne le financement. Le financement de ces intentions très ambitieuses que l'Europe a développées. Que l'on parle de la défense, de la compétitivité ou que l'on parle de la crise climatique. Le diagnostic a été fait. Nous avons tous fait le diagnostic, cher Emmanuel. Monsieur Letta et Draghi ont fait des rapports, des études très intéressantes. Nous savons ce que nous devons faire. Nous savons qu'on doit avoir moins de bureaucratie, un cadre institutionnel, un cadre législatif plus facilité. Et nous savons que nous devons parachever l'union des épargnes et des investissements. Nous savons que nous devons investir, Monsieur le Président de la SEV, en le capital humain et que nous devons voir comment la formation et l'éducation est liée au marché qui se développe, le marché du travail, où de nombreux emplois disparaîtront dans quelques années et où nous verrons aussi naître de nouveaux emplois. Et Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Ministre de l'Environnement et de l'Énergie, vous savez, nous devons faire des pas en avant pour pouvoir avoir un marché de l'énergie unique, où d'un côté, on aura les sources d'énergie renouvelables et de l'autre côté, on devra être sûr que nous avons à notre disposition assez d'énergie. Emmanuel, aujourd'hui, notre pays joue un rôle essentiel dans les sources d'énergie renouvelables. Nous avons beaucoup de soleil et nous avons investi dans les sources d'énergie renouvelables et nous avons des prix d'énergie plus bas par rapport à nos voisins. Et d'un autre côté, nous connaissons bien qu'on a besoin d'une énergie de base et c'est la raison pour laquelle je salue l'initiative que vous avez entreprise de donner une nouvelle impulsion à l'industrie nucléaire de l'Europe dans laquelle la France joue un rôle de premier plan. Toutes ces discussions sont des discussions qui doivent avoir lieu, qui doivent être engagées avec courage, avec honnêteté et franchise. Et en clôturant, je tiens à vous assurer et à vous dire que la France et la Grèce et la France sont en ligne avec cet effort. Ma joie est très grande aujourd'hui d'accueillir le président Macron à Athènes dans le cadre d'une visite très importante avec sa délégation, non seulement pour que l'on puisse signer les accords très importants que nous avons signés, mais aussi pour confirmer que derrière les textes, derrière les partenariats stratégiques, il y a quelque chose de plus profond que vous avez su décrire de manière très pittoresque, Monsieur le Président, dans votre discours au palais présidentiel, des relations donc de confiance et d'amitié entre nos peuples. Et comme vous l'avez dit hier, la France aime la Grèce. Je vous assure que de la même façon, la Grèce aime la France. Bienvenue encore une fois dans notre pays. Merci beaucoup au Premier ministre, M. Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Le message est clair. La Grèce et la France revalorisent leurs relations à tous les niveaux dans un environnement international en constante mutation.
Premier ministre, pour votre message et votre engagement. La France et la Grèce avancent ensemble avec détermination. Et votre Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République française, nous attendons votre discours avec grand intérêt. La parole est à vous.
Monsieur le Premier ministre, cher Kyriakos, merci beaucoup. Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Madame l'ambassadrice, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, Mesdames, Messieurs les parlementaires, Monsieur le Président de la Fédération hellénique des entreprises, Monsieur le Président de la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie France-Grèce, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos grades et qualités, chers amis. D'abord, je suis ravi de revenir dans ces lieux. Je viens presque à chaque fois que je viens en Grèce, Monsieur le Premier ministre, et de revenir pour ce forum économique France-Grèce. Je veux ici remercier à mon tour la Fondation Niarchos, la Fédération hellénique des entreprises, la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie franco-hellénique, ainsi que Business France et les équipes et les délégations organisées. Vous avez à peu près tout dit, Monsieur le Premier ministre. Donc je vais essayer de prendre les choses par un autre angle, mais au fond, comme vous allez le comprendre, et je crois, comme je l'espère, vous le sentez depuis hier, nous sommes essentiellement d'accord et quasiment sur tout. En tout cas, le premier point, et c'était l'objectif de ce forum, et c'est ce qui vous lie, ce qui nous lie, la relation entre nos deux pays est à un niveau historiquement élevé. Elle s'appuie sur un travail ces dernières années important, et je pense que votre mobilisation aujourd'hui, les rencontres qui se sont tenues, les accords que vous signez, jouent un rôle extrêmement important, et je ne saurais trop vous encourager à aller de l'avant. En effet, d'abord, il y a deux aventures économiques qui sont à l'œuvre. La Grèce, ces dernières années, a été un formidable succès de politique économique. Nul n'a oublié la crise que vous avez traversée. La France, vous le savez, a toujours été à vos côtés, aux côtés de la solidarité au sein de la zone euro, face à un choc qui était asymétrique de devoir tous se tenir ensemble. Et vous avez mené des réformes extrêmement courageuses, extrêmement fortes, et tout le monde doit regarder en face le formidable succès. Votre croissance a été supérieure à la moyenne de l'Union européenne, le chômage a diminué de 15 points, le désendettement a été spectaculaire. Et donc c'est un formidable symbole de réussite économique qui est votre pays. Et je le dis pour toutes les entreprises et investisseurs français qui sont là ou qui, n'étant pas là encore, doivent regarder la Grèce avec ses yeux nouveaux. C'est une formidable réussite. Et je dois dire que l'élection récente de Kyriakos Mitsotakis à la présidence de l'Eurogroupe, en quelque sorte, est venue sceller cette confiance et cette reconnaissance. De notre côté, vous avez eu la gentillesse de rappeler, Monsieur le Premier ministre, la résilience de l'économie française, mais le fait que nous avons concentré notre politique ces dernières années sur la baisse du chômage, la création d'activités, 2 millions d'emplois marchands créés, la réindustrialisation, qui malgré le contexte difficile produit ses résultats, et l'innovation et l'attractivité. La France est le pays le plus attractif d'Europe depuis 6 ans sans discontinuer, et le pays qui crée le plus de start-up et parvient à les faire le plus croître. En même temps que nous restons un hub d'énergie décarbonée, et cette stratégie d'ailleurs nous lie aussi, nous l'avons bien vu parmi les accords signés aujourd'hui. Et donc tout ça doit nous faire regarder l'un l'autre avec des yeux un peu différents, peut-être des histoires habituellement racontées, et renforcer les relations bilatérales. Alors je le disais, elles n'ont jamais été aussi élevées, à la fois en termes de biens comme de services et d'investissements. Et ce qui a été signé ces dernières heures ou ces derniers jours vient évidemment le densifier. Il y a plus de 200 entreprises françaises qui comptent près de 17 000 salariés implantées en Grèce. Les investissements en Grèce sont en constante augmentation depuis une décennie, jusqu'à atteindre un peu plus de 2 milliards d'euros. Et ce qui a été signé par ces dernières années, Naval Group, Dassault, MBDA ce matin en matière de défense, en matière d'intelligence artificielle par Mistral AI, ce que nous avons fait dans les infrastructures et infrastructures numériques, l'infrastructure Meridiam a investi, les énergies renouvelables avec l'investissement d'Akio dans les parcs éoliens, les services financiers avec Euronext et la bourse d'Athènes. Tout ça vient en quelque sorte scander ce parcours. Néanmoins, je veux le dire ici aux entreprises qui sont là et aux investisseurs, très clairement, nous ne sommes pas au niveau d'investissement et d'échange qu'on devrait avoir compte tenu de l'amitié qu'il y a entre nous et des histoires économiques que nous avons écrites ces dernières années. Quand je regarde le stock, le niveau, on doit faire et on peut faire beaucoup mieux. Et donc il faut vraiment que vous continuiez de multiplier ces rendez-vous, de convaincre d'autres partenaires, mais je suis vraiment convaincu qu'on peut faire et qu'on doit faire encore davantage. Quand je regarde aujourd'hui le niveau des investissements français en Grèce, il n'est pas du tout au niveau qu'il devrait atteindre. Quand je regarde le niveau d'investissement des grandes entreprises et investisseurs grecs en France, c'est la même chose. Alors, pourquoi faire plus? D'abord parce que, je viens de le dire, nous avons une histoire économique récente qui doit redonner confiance aux investisseurs et aux acteurs économiques des deux côtés. Ensuite, parce que nous avons des intérêts stratégiques qui nous rapprochent. Et c'est plus fort que tout dans un moment où, à coup sûr, la géopolitique a repris le dessus sur l'économie et la géoéconomie. le Premier ministre l'a parfaitement rappelé, nous avons en 2021 signé ce partenariat stratégique, on ne l'a pas simplement reconduit aujourd'hui, on l'a renforcé dans tous les domaines du jeu. Mais ce qu'on fait ensemble en matière de défense et de sécurité, maintenant en matière d'énergie, on signe des accords sur le renouvelable, on a aussi signé un partenariat sur le nucléaire civil pour avancer, regardez. Ce qu'on fait en matière d'investissement, d'infrastructure, de culture, d'éducation, de recherche, tout ça crée une intimité et un alignement d'intérêts qui doit renforcer les relations économiques. Et donc les entrepreneurs et investisseurs que vous êtes doivent regarder la relation entre nos deux pays comme une relation qui est aujourd'hui clé parce que nous avons la même lecture, en quelque sorte, de la dynamique géopolitique. La sécurité de la Grèce est clé pour la France et réciproquement. Nous avons une politique très affinitaire au Proche et Moyen-Orient. Nous avons la même volonté de défendre la paix et la stabilité sur le continent européen et la même conscience que nous devons renforcer la sécurité de notre Europe. Ceci est une deuxième raison d'investir. La troisième, c'est que quand je regarde un peu le monde, on voit bien ces désordres. Nous avons les guerres, les déstabilisations, mais on a aujourd'hui une confrontation qui est en train de monter entre les deux grandes puissances. Les États-Unis d'un côté, avec lesquels nous gardons des liens privilégiés au sein de l'OTAN par notre histoire, nos valeurs, les liens économiques qui nous lient. Et de l'autre côté, la Chine, avec lesquels aussi, d'ailleurs, nos deux pays ont des relations très fortes et qui, aujourd'hui, a des véritables solutions technologiques, économiques, mais est dans une logique de surcapacité qui vient nous bousculer. Ces deux puissances sont en train de rentrer, qu'on le veuille ou non, et sont rentrées depuis plusieurs années, dans une confrontation géoéconomique et géopolitique. C'est d'ailleurs cette confrontation qui fait que les États-Unis, depuis 15 ans, se détournent progressivement de notre Europe. C'est aussi cela qui fait monter les tensions un peu partout. Face à ça, je crois pouvoir dire que nos deux pays ont le même pragmatisme. C'est-à-dire que nous défendons une vision qui n'est absolument pas confrontationnelle, ni avec la Chine, ni avec les États-Unis, mais qui veut renforcer l'indépendance de l'Europe, l'indépendance de nos pays et l'indépendance de notre continent. C'est le cœur de notre stratégie, en matière de défense, en matière de technologie, en matière de finance. Et dans le même temps, nous voulons aussi bâtir des partenariats nouveaux avec d'autres pays. Et en quelque sorte, nous croyons à ce que j'avais appelé il y a quelques mois une coalition des indépendants qui, du Pacifique allant jusqu'au Canada, crée une forme de diagonale des économies et en particulier des démocraties qui ne veulent pas dépendre. Et dans ce cadre-là, la France et la Grèce ont un positionnement tout à fait singulier. Et nous avons un positionnement, je crois pouvoir le dire, central dans ce grand projet qui s'appelle IMEC. Gérard qui est là et qui porte ce projet, ce secrétariat pour la France. Mais dans le cadre du G20 indien, nous avions lancé ce projet d'aller de l'Inde à la Méditerranée. C'est un projet qui relie cette immense démocratie émergente qu'est l'Inde, en passant par les pays du Golfe, traversant la Méditerranée et allant jusqu'à Marseille. Ce projet nous lie, mais il est porteur, il est en quelque sorte le cœur de développement de cette coalition des indépendants. Mais c'est un projet qui relie énormément de projets, énormément d'investissements potentiels en matière de défense et de sécurité, en matière de connexion, évidemment transport maritime, mais également d'énergie, de données, de numérique, et qui va nous permettre dans les années à venir de structurer des partenariats nouveaux, de lancer des investissements massifs et de lier véritablement nos deux pays encore davantage parce que nous serons moteurs dans le développement et dans le déploiement de l'IMEC. Et puis le tout dernier point que je voulais faire, je viens de le dire, c'est aussi que nous avons la même stratégie, la même vision de ce que doit être cette Europe plus indépendante, plus souveraine en matière économique. Et je crois que pour vous, c'est important de le comprendre, de le mesurer et en quelque sorte de le fertiliser par vos choix, vos investissements, vos partenariats. La conviction que nous portons avec M. le Premier ministre, il vient de l'exprimer, elle est au fond simple et claire. Si on veut une Europe qui ne dépend pas, qui continue d'aller de l'avant, qui bâtit ses propres solutions, qui sait se défendre, qui sait innover, qui sait créer des emplois industriels, mais aussi agricoles, technologiques, et qui, pour nos enfants, bâtit des solutions pleinement souveraines, c'est-à-dire européennes. Quelle est la stratégie? Première chose, nous devons simplifier, être plus compétitifs. Aucune chance d'avoir des solutions européennes si on est 2 fois plus cher que les voisins. Aucune chance si on est 2 fois plus lent. Et donc, l'agenda de simplification que nous menons dans nos 2 pays, mais que nous menons aussi au niveau européen, avec ces textes européens qu'on est en train de faire pour enlever des réglementations devenues caduques ou excessives, avec ce que nous sommes en train de faire pour le 28e régime, pour les entrepreneurs, avec ce que nous sommes en train de faire pour approfondir ce qu'on appelle le marché unique, c'est-à-dire réduire les barrières et aller plus vite, est clé. Et à cet égard, nous avons montré l'exemple avec une des grandes simplifications qui est le marché des capitaux, de l'investissement. Et ce qui a été fait entre la Bourse d'Athènes et Euronext, c'est une réalisation très concrète de ce chemin qu'on veut faire et qu'on veut mener à l'échelle de toute l'Europe. Le deuxième élément, c'est de protéger. Ce n'est pas un gros mot, mais c'est que les entrepreneurs que vous êtes, vous savez très bien, chaque jour. Notre Europe aujourd'hui, elle est très compétitive, mais elle doit l'être davantage. Elle est très ouverte et parfois elle est beaucoup plus ouverte que les voisins. Et quand vous avez des Américains qui nous mettent des tarifs, quand vous avez des Chinois qui sursubventionnent certains secteurs, qui viennent d'ailleurs littéralement percuter le secteur de la machine-outil ou de l'automobile en Europe, parce qu'ils font du dumping, qui viennent monopoliser le secteur des minerais critiques et des terres rares et créer des dépendances dans beaucoup de vos secteurs d'activité, on ne peut pas rester inerte et dire non, non, nous, on va être les derniers au monde à respecter les règles de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce. Parce que le résultat de tout ça, ce sera la désindustrialisation européenne. Donc on doit protéger par des clauses de sauvegarde, des clauses miroirs, la protection de certains secteurs stratégiques et une préférence européenne qui est clé, qui consiste à dire dans certains secteurs, on doit protéger la chaîne de valeur européenne. C'est fondamental. Et c'est à faire maintenant. Troisième élément, c'est de continuer de nous diversifier. On ne doit pas dépendre d'un seul. Et c'est au cœur de notre ADN. Nous sommes deux grandes puissances maritimes. Et donc ce que nous sommes en train de faire dans tous les domaines du jeu, c'est une diversification de nos ressources par d'autres partenariats, ce qu'on a fait à l'instant, il y a quelques semaines avec l'Inde par exemple, ce qu'on est en train de poursuivre avec d'autres, ce qu'on veut faire aussi avec le CPTPP, qui va donc du Canada au Pacifique. Ce sont des logiques de diversification de nos accords pour moins dépendre. Et puis la dernière chose, c'est d'investir. Et ça, c'est fondamental, et je terminerai sur ce point, c'est au cœur de notre stratégie à l'un et à l'autre, et ça doit vous pousser à aller encore plus vite et faire davantage. Notre Europe a besoin de plus d'investissements publics et privés. Et dans nos 2 pays qui sont beaucoup plus attractifs qu'il y a 10 ans, avec un chemin très différent, nous devons mobiliser davantage d'investissements privés et les attirer chez nous, mais on doit aussi réussir à mobiliser plus d'investissements publics européens. Et c'est au cœur de ce qu'on va faire ensemble. L'investissement privé, c'est simple. C'est cette union des marchés de capitaux, fondamentale. C'est une logique d'attractivité des capitaux étrangers pour fertiliser nos stratégies. Et puis, l'argent public, c'est celui qu'on doit mobiliser au niveau européen. Et nous avons, avec le Premier ministre, la même vision des choses. On a besoin d'un budget européen beaucoup plus ambitieux, qui continue de défendre nos politiques de cohésion, notre agriculture, mais qui porte dans les domaines que vous avez évoqués aujourd'hui une volonté d'investissement massive en matière d'énergie, renouvelable et nucléaire, dont notre Europe a besoin, en matière de défense et de sécurité, dans tous les domaines du jeu, et en matière de rupture technologique, en particulier dans l'intelligence artificielle, le quantique et l'espace. La bataille se joue maintenant. Il y a une accélération comme rarement dans tous ces domaines du jeu. Cette accélération suppose des investissements massifs en termes d'innovation. Aujourd'hui, notre Europe investit beaucoup moins et beaucoup moins vite, et que la Chine et que les États-Unis d'Amérique. À chaque fois que nous sommes plus lents, que nous investissons moins massivement, nous perdons des opportunités. C'est pourquoi nous allons défendre l'un et l'autre un budget européen ambitieux en la matière, mais qui vient compléter cette stratégie complète que je viens de présenter. Simplification, accélération, protection, diversification, pour que notre Europe puisse aller chercher l'argent pertinent sur les marchés, avoir des ressources propres nouvelles, pour pouvoir porter cette ambition. Le moment que nous vivons est un moment qui, s'il le décide, peut appartenir aux Européens. Parce que nous avons justement la capacité d'être cette plateforme qui agrégera autour d'elle les démocraties et les émergents qui ne veulent pas dépendre des 2 premières économies mondiales ou être les victimes de leur confrontation. Cette position, c'est celle à laquelle nous croyons. C'est celle, en quelque sorte, que nous avons commencé à inventer par le partenariat stratégique franco-grec. C'est exactement ce qu'on a fait en matière de défense et de sécurité et qui est en train d'inspirer le reste de l'Europe. C'est celle que nous devons promouvoir. Et donc, je voudrais que par notre présence, en vous félicitant de ce forum, en regardant avec beaucoup de satisfaction la dynamique de la relation bilatérale, je voudrais vous convaincre qu'on doit réussir à faire 2, 3, 4 fois plus dans les années qui viennent, entre nos 2 pays et au niveau européen. Parce qu'au fond, notre seul défaut à nous, Européens, c'est qu'on a en quelque sorte, pardonné cette référence quelque peu française, mais on a fini par mal comprendre ce qu'était le doute cartésien. C'est un doute méthodique, ça n'est pas le doute de soi. Nous, Européens, nous doutons trop de nous-mêmes. Pour les Français, quand on vient en Grèce, c'est formidable, on retrouve de l'estime de soi parce que vous nous aimez. Venez en France, vous retrouverez de l'estime de vous-même parce que vous y êtes aimés. Mais nous, Européens, apprenons à nous aimer nous-mêmes et à avoir confiance en nous, beaucoup plus qu'on ne le fait aujourd'hui, parce que nous avons dans nos mains des tas d'atouts. Alors ayons en quelque sorte avec nous-mêmes la bienveillance et l'amitié que nous avons l'un envers l'autre. Parce que c'est ça ce qui nous permet d'aller de l'avant. Regardez comment les Indiens, les Canadiens, les Singapouriens, les Africains, les Latino-Américains nous regardent, nous, Européens, comme des gens qui respectent l'état de droit, comme des gens qui respectent l'ordre international, comme des grandes civilisations qui en même temps croient dans l'innovation, qui ne croient pas dans l'hégémonie de quelques-uns, mais dans le respect à l'égard de tous, et qui continuent d'innover. Cette plateforme est extraordinaire pour continuer, non pas de conquérir le monde, mais de croître, de bâtir du progrès, en ayant une certaine vision du monde qui est la nôtre, respectueuse, équilibrée. Alors croyons en nous et continuons d'aller de l'avant. Mais merci infiniment d'être là à toutes et tous et vive l'amitié entre la Grèce et la France.
Monsieur le Président de la République française, merci beaucoup pour vos paroles fortes et inspirantes et pour votre présence ici aujourd'hui. La relation entre la France et la Grèce est profonde, a du sens et surtout a de l'avenir. Merci beaucoup. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Τρόπη. Merci. Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Πρόεδρε.
Merci à vous tous et après ce message optimiste sur l'avenir de l'Europe qui doit regagner la confiance, le respect et nous parachevons, nous terminons, nous clôturons cet événement d'aujourd'hui. Merci.